Hey, Torque. I'm hosting either. Look, you have a first badge, Torque. I wonder who else are my first. I got a C. Yep, Dan. Hello. I haven't been in RP in a little while. I just logged into my CalFit. I was like, whatever. Hi, Kindle. I hope everyone's having a good night. It's good to see you guys. Let me make this look prettier. Clouds. I love a cloud one. No fish in the sky. And then this one. Oh! And so, wait, what does this do? Oh, wait a minute. So if I click hell and then click this off. Oh, now I can be Castlevania without the blur. Heck yeah. So much blur. How blind am I in real life? Let's see. I'm like this. Wait. Yeah, I look like a peach here. Hello. Hi, Minute Man. Hey, guys. 5? No, I think you have 25, actually. I know Hack Kid's one of them, which actually surprised me. Piano. Piano. I'm so excited, guys, for my map because someone's been making it already, my Egyptian Opera House map. It looks so cool. No, those settings are just for this world. Yeah. Oh, I'm so tired. I swear. I slept a little bit. I like woke up right before I got on here. Hey, Anime. I need to be less lazy and get over Toolkit on here because I'm tired of this. It's time for a change. Also, I have my starting soon art for Ascension. Thanks, Tex. Head pat. But I just have to get it uploaded. I just gotta get it set up. The art is so pretty. I still think it's funny that I just weight painted this from scratch and hope for the best. Who is that? Hitori Yanai? Aw, I'm glad you like the head pat emote. I like it a lot too. But I do have 19 new emotes coming. And Short did all the bliss emotes. They're so good. Yeah, it's not the best. It's not the best, but you know, whatever. I quickly did it. I don't have the patience to make avatars lately. Ah! I can't wait for my opera house to be done, man. It's gonna be so cool. So there's like a section so far. So what I've seen him map out so far, is so he has it's modeled after the Fox Theater in Atlanta. It's so cute. It's like an Egyptian opera house, right? So it's modeled after that. And then there's like, okay, So there's a stage area. And then in the back, there's like wings that lead into this big circular tunnel system. And there's going to be a green room. And then there's going to be this room where I do the interviews where it's like a big, it's basically the inside of a genie bottle is what I'm planning. Like a really comfy, like fancy area to sit and talk to people. Right? I wasn't even here last day. So I don't know. I was rushed in from my 24-hour, which I'm still tired from, I swear. Hey, Libby. Hey, Robot. But yeah, so that's gonna be happening, and then thank you, Bear.
You're mine.
2 months already.
Hail,
Thank you.
carrot, Kelly.
Thank you so much. Oh yeah, there's gonna be like, okay, so there's like there's stairs, and then on top of the stairs there's a VIP area that's gonna have like a hot tub, and like there's like this thing that's gonna display, because I'm planning on opening a Patreon for this project I'm doing, and it's gonna put like the Patreon people, like their names are gonna be spinning in a circle on this thing, and then it looks really cool up there. It's like a bar and stuff, and then you go under the stairs, like there's another tunnel, because it's Egyptian or whatever. I know, I'm thinking about putting bathrooms. Should I? I was thinking about it. I'll ask him. But then you go down this tunnel system, and there's a, I'm so tired. You go down this tunnel, and then there's a big lobby, and I'm gonna have a statue of my siren, like a fountain, right? I'm gonna have a statue of my siren, all gold. It's gonna be so fucking extra and fancy. I don't even care. I'm gonna have my like siren with her wings coming down, like her doing like this or something. And it's gonna be gold, and it's gonna be a fountain, and it's gonna be like a lobby for people to hang out in. Aw, thanks, Classic. You're so sweet. Thank you. But I probably will add a bathroom. I'll tell him. Like, hey, can you add a bathroom? Because maybe it will be used for RP. It's literally gonna be in like an opera house. It looks so cool, and he's never made a map in VRChat, but he's really good at 3D stuff, so I'm sure he'll be able to transfer it over. But he's literally making it all from scratch. Like, I'm watching him really quickly like create these shapes. It's like, how do people do that, man? The mind of an architect stuns me. They're like, there's no way I could do that. And if I could, it would take me forever. Like, even in Minecraft, it takes me forever to build anything. So, I was hanging out in Iron Mouse's chat earlier. She's so sweet. She wants to sing again. I think that'd be really fun. Yeah, there's a lot of talented people, which is why I want to do this project. I keep talking about. I'm sorry, it's on my mind a lot. I just switched. Oh, hey, by the way, Z, I'm so sorry I missed your donation on the 24-hour. Thank you so much. I need to fix my OBS. It's not displaying when I get donations properly. Here, I'll switch in the cow. But I'm really sorry I missed that. I was so sad when I saw that later. I was like, no. I'm sorry. I hate missing stuff like that. I don't want to seem like I'm not thankful, because I'm so thankful. So I'll hug you as cow bliss to thank you. Thank you for that. That was so sweet of you. Yeah, I remembered. That's so nice of you. Gosh, I hate when I miss stuff like that. I don't know why it's not showing me. I thought I fixed it. I just need to overhaul everything, man. Oh, well, I missed the past, how many have I missed lately? I missed about a week of AA recently. Because, like, all the partner stuff and me doing the spontaneous 24-hour, which I don't know what, I've never, ever done a 24-hour. And then I was just like, you know what? Let's just do it. Why not? I'm a very spontaneous person. Like, I hardly plan things. All I knew is the day of my partner celebration, I was just going to sing. That's all I cared about. I was just going to sing, and I didn't care what happened. So, I'm glad. I can't stop yawning. No, they can. They just don't progress the things with me. Brunswick messaged me and was like, we need Miss Bliss. My character's basically, she's literally just a fucking counselor for everyone's issues. Yeah, I probably will do it again. Like, I don't see why not. Especially if I'm doing some event like charity or something. Because I kind of want to do a charity stream. I think that'd be cool. It'd be cool to do a charity stream. Maybe for like funding like a music program or something. Something I'm passionate about like that. Aw, thank you, Closet. Yeah, that definitely helps when your counselor's hot. I would definitely play a student, but they don't need students. They need teachers. So I'm fine just playing a teacher. Like, cause like if all the teachers play students, it's like, it's one of those things. I could easily play a student though. I imagine playing like this like Disney princess kind of character, like an over the top like chaste, or like like just like an over the top like sings to the creatures, is like a goody two shoes kind of makes herself known. I don't know. I just want to be like an over the top like Disney princess character. Oh, I'm glad you like them. It's a lot of fun. Haven's great. And it's fun. Our characters have good, like, synergy, You could. They accept extras if we recommend them. You just have to have VR. Unless you're like being a butterfly or something. Oh, is she really? Is she like a Disney princess? I didn't know that. I thought so too, new, but he also goes to like Albrecht. He's like, what do I do? Poor Miss Bliss. Had her first kiss taken by a ghost. Has freaking Carver took all her other stuff except the big thing, but he forgot about it, and now she's just having to suffer all the time. It's hard to find people that aren't creeped out by forwardness. Not many people can handle it. I've noticed. Even in my D&D campaign, I'm my siren, and my siren's very intense and creepy. Well, it's creepy to people. She's supposed to be all seductive. And she just creeps everyone out all the time. Wow. Oh, did I tell you guys that I commissioned 19 emotes? They look so good. Like, so good. I still remember like the first game I ever played in VR was like Google Paint. And I was like, wow, this looks cool. And then you go to the side and it looks fucking weird. I don't know how people paint VR. In 3D spaces. I love... Oh god, I messed up! Dang it. Why'd it do that? Oh my god. Well, it's a capital O one now. I love chat. Let's see what it looks like from this side. Ready? Oh, he does? Okay. Usually Creative invites me if he has a lobby up there. Oh, yay. Oh, it kind of does look like L. I write my eyes weird. Like a half-ass, like, I always half, like, write cursive and he, like, because I'm old enough to where why? Oh, it's because of my microphone. I learned cursive. Oh, thanks, guys. Raid? Who raided me? Why doesn't it tell me when someone raids me anymore? I need to fix my stuff. Oh, it's Neither. Hey, Neither. I see the butt. I just got the invite too. Hey, Neither. Shout out for Neither in the chat. How you guys doing? Toes? Did you tell them to spam toes at me? By the way, someone drew. Oh my god, someone drew my siren's feet as art. And it looks really good. It was in my Discord and I couldn't see what it was, and it was literally named Kelly Feet, and I was like, oh god. I was like, what have they found on the internet? It actually looks really good. You saw it, Torque. Okay, have a good stream. I mean, wait. Have a good sleep, Neither. The episodes of Ascension? Well, a lot of people have points of views on their channel. You'll have to go and, like, look at their archives. A lot of people save all the archives. Yeah, I was taught cursive in 3rd grade as well. And I write in it. I write it when I'm lazy. Because I'm just a blah, blah, blah. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, like look, Neither, go in my Discord and look in the Kelly fan art. It's called Kelly Feet. Can someone exclamation point Discord? Okay, let's go see who all's here. This is the first time I've been back to Ascension since I got partner. Whew, I feel so weird today. God, I think I have a little bit of a virus, to be honest. I haven't been feeling very good. Like last night when I was streaming, I was like, oh god, I feel bad. Don't say that, Mike. I don't go anywhere. That'd be very depressing if I got it somehow. Thanks for the follow. I don't even know what's going on right now in Ascension. I missed the past week. I know you had a corona. Oh. Good night, Neither. Thank you again. Oh, yeah. Oh. Should I tell you guys some of my emotes I'm getting or not? Should it be a surprise? I don't know what to do. I don't know. I don't know if I should tell you or not. I know. It's because I want to tell you, and I don't know if I should. Okay, I won't. I won't say it. I won't say it. I won't say it. I'm just excited. I'm not terrible. Sometimes I am. No, they tell me, okay? They tell me. Oh, Shimanzu's back. I need to pick music, I just realized. You're back, Shimanzu. You're back.
Yeah, I'm back from the war.
Good to see y'all. Oh, God.
It clearly didn't work. God damn it. Alright. That's weird.
Can I question what
Alright, well, thanks for the check.
There's a wheelchair.
Daddy!
Yeah.
Daddy!
Hello.
Hello.
You're gonna be so
Give me a minute.
Hey, let me pick music.
like 45 minutes today about everything that's been going on. We gotta talk about this. We gotta talk about my powers.
Let me pick music. Music.
I'm gonna talk about the piano.
What?
Sorry, my dog wanted in the room.
Doggy. There's a lot to talk about. She missed you, even though she's not gonna act like it, but she missed you.
I mean, to you, it's gonna feel like 2 months. To this boy, it's gonna be 6.
That's what I did. It doesn't.
Oh my
It
God,
didn't work.
it is weird, you
Maybe the pickup
It's
script
gonna
can be
feel
disabled,
like
so I
I've
did
been
something
gone
else.
for 6 months.
There we go.
I know music's still playing.
What you mean?
What are you talking about?
Skyrim, huh? Or Elder Scrolls. Right, actually.
You might get a little bit of
Yeah, cow jammies for now.
depending upon the questions that I ask.
Oh God, I wonder how he's gonna react.
I'm gonna slam
Yeah. I freaking love Kristen Wiig. Is there more green over here? Okay, this music's way too loud. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I want to make a bunch of fantasy music to use for RP. Eh. 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 So hard. It's so hard to mess with the YouTube volume slider. Ugh. There. No, I'm just gonna run around in my cow outfit so Albrecht wants to beat me up again. Call me unprofessional. Hey.
Oh my lord, it is horribly fitting.
No.
Oh, bro, so what was with that art?
Oh.
What was with that art? Oh my god.
Oh. So have you heard about any of the Albrecht stuff?
I mean, I've heard some of it, not everything, because I don't want to like completely spoil myself
Oh.
or like build up this like expectation of what Willow would say or do.
It's a taco.
It's a fucking dumpling.
It's a dumpling.
I don't see it, but okay.
It's a pinched taco. There you go. Have a beak. If you don't want to be spoiled on that, I probably shouldn't tell you then.
Okay. If it's something that can be brought up in character, that's fine. Otherwise, if it's can't, we can talk about it later.
Oh, it'll probably be brought up. I'm not sure. I have missed this week. I missed the past week in Ascension. So I'm not sure
That's
what. I'm not sure what's going on exactly right now.
I feel like I've been gone for a month. I
Yeah.
don't know.
You've been gone for so fucking long. I'm so excited.
Yeah, man.
Listen, I had to go off to the war. All right, I had to kick a couple trees where they didn't need to be kicked, but it needed to be
Where
done.
did you actually go? Are you gonna tell Melanie?
Oh, he will. No, he definitely went to the Feywilds.
You have a
If
necklace.
that was ever explained in character. I'm gonna
Yes, he doesn't
fucking
know about this yet.
Oh, that's cool.
Save my camera now.
This is the vial.
Oh yeah. That's awesome.
He helped me.
Oh yeah, he doesn't know. I wonder what he's gonna think. Oh, this whole time he's been trying to solve it.
Oh shit. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, holy fuck. Dad's coming back. He's gonna be so pissed. He's gonna be like, do you mean she's gone? She's locked up.
Yeah.
She's in here.
That'd be.
Pissed.
It's just
Really
funny.
happy.
Pissed to be a little
Maybe it'll
elated.
fix their relationship. Maybe it'll fix their relationship.
Yeah.
What do you mean fix? He's been trying
Now
to
he just
fucking
has
get
to
it back
fix
in
the
repairing
dad.
order.
Aww.
Yeah. From a boy that likes to be pancaked by giant
Oh, are you
golems.
gonna be protect our dad and make her not hang out with Joseph anymore? Because someone needs to step in there because he's like literally
Oh.
bad.
Yeah.
No, he's literally like, if he gets enough information on certain subjects, then yeah, maybe he'll fucking be like, alright, hey, you
The only way
stay the
Melanie's
fuck
gonna
away.
leave Joseph's side is if someone shows her just
Hey,
how
Mac and
evil he
Socks.
really is.
Yeah, I really like my cow
Haven't
outfit.
done anything yet, but who knows? We'll see where the story
It's
goes.
because of Rin.
Shruggu.
That's a big dumpling.
Plant Dad is back. Oh my, all I've been getting in my chat is Plant Dad or Tree Dad is back.
Dad. She might be happy to see you. Who knows? I'll judge myself based off of first Melanie.
Dude, I've been gone a week. I feel like if you miss a week in Ascension, like there's so much. There's so
I
much.
missed one day and I was excommunicated from like half of the plot that happened at
Yeah.
I missed one
I
day.
know, right?
You've got to be
All I know is Bruns messaged me, we need Bliss, and I'm like, what happened now?
I'm cooking up Faye nonsense, so. I'm cooking up Faye nonsense, and I was
Cool.
originally going to come in with something to do today, but then stuff couldn't get put together because Stealth wasn't feeling so well, so I
Aw.
was like, oh shit, that boy needs his health. We can push this to another day.
Oh yeah, are you back in Texas now, folk?
Yup.
Are you back with stuff?
But still, no.
Oh, okay.
He has a full house of men. I don't want to live with all men.
I've done that before. I lived in a smash house. It was,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm not into it. I'm not into it.
No.
I love them all to death. I love Risky. I love Khan. I love
Yeah,
all of
yeah,
them,
I had to share a bathroom with them. Oh my god, I tell you what.
but yeah.
It was a small little bathroom. I had to share with 5 dudes.
I would cry.
It was so
I would
bad.
literally die.
It smelled like a.
That's
Do you
not-
have
that's
the
not
bit-
me. I don't like it.
Huh?
Do you have the bitch I'm a cow theme song?
Oh,
You need to like sing that as an alert on your
that'd be
stream.
hilarious.
Just be like, okay, fine then, we've reached our goal. Let's sing bitch I'm a cow in my onesie.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
welcome, chat. You're welcome to you and you're welcome, chat.
Hello. Oh
Be
god.
like,
Oh god.
bitch I'm a cow, bitch I'm a cow.
That's funny.
Flag, hello?
I missed so much. I figured. I've been gone a whole week. I
Yeah.
can't. Oh, in a sense, in a week is like a year. I swear.
I have a question. What is your character's middle name? Does she have a middle name?
I don't think so. It's tits.
Lorelai Tits Bliss?
Yeah.
Do you have a canon middle name?
No, I don't think so.
Oh my god. Just curious.
Hi, Moo.
Apparently I'm a mouse. Which
Oh, that would be
Just
cute
scurrying
with
around like a mouse.
you.
I don't know, but I would be like, I can see me being like a Luna Kitty.
like traditional like Sailor Moon shit or something like unique.
I'm surprised Uzu's not a skunk.
I got a Skelly.
Hey, how are you?
Ah,
Good to see you.
It's been days,
I-
weeks, months. Hi.
I'm dead.
Don't die. Be live.
Absolutely.
Are you sick? Everyone seems to be sick today.
I'm not sick. I'm just tired.
Me too.
I
I'm not sick, but I
I
do
feel
have
the-
an ear infection, so be
I feel-
warned. I might need you to repeat things.
Yeah, it's fine. I filled all my free days with more RP days, and then my work also ramped up at the same time.
Yeah.
So I
Oof.
I know how
have
you
no
feel.
free days.
My
And no
RP has
rest.
been dominating me. Oh no. Oh no. Just sleep in
I
RP.
sleep for 3 hours a night.
Just sleep in RP.
Oh my god.
It'll be part of
I'm
your.
not Dagger.
Yeah, right. He does sleep in RP. Hello. I thought that was a taco, but it's a dumpling.
Ow.
He went deep. He went so deep it went outside the other side of your skull.
Consume.
Oh my god, stop.
Exactly how this conversation's gonna go, and I'm just gonna let it play out in RP. I just can't.
You could totally just be in a cave making those sounds. Wait a second, oh god. Okay, good. I thought my controller was fucked up. I was real scared for a second there. Oh no. I was missed. It's because I'm the only person that calms people down. I'm literally everyone's problem bag. He's holding a dumpling making cavern noises.
We were doing that on the big carpet in the main hall, just waiting to get in trouble last episode.
Consume. It didn't go down.
I saw your clip of freaking you almost getting the crown and bronze yelling at you. I know, he's so mean to you.
He's so mean. He's a bully.
That's how he shows love, though. That's how Brun shows love.
I know.
But I just...
Then he must love me.
Has anything crazy happened? I've been gone a week. Brun's messaged me and said, "Go God woman, we need bliss." I don't know what's going on, but I'm just gonna go in blind. We'll see
I'm
what
just gonna
happens.
chill in my office and listen to Backstreet Boys.
Okay.
It's Vaughn in character.
All right. I'll come jam out with you. Oh yeah, we should talk more today so we can get more bonding,
More Vaughn Bliss time.
more bonding, Von Bond,
Bonding.
Von Bonding. I feel you on being tired. I did a spontaneous 24-hour.
Dannon.
I was just streaming, and I was like, "What? Might as well do 24 hours." Am I right? Like,
Yes.
yeah. It wears me out in real life, though, having to deal with all that drama stress. It's tiring, man.
You want upsies?
And thanks, J. Cruz. Thank you.
I want.
I think she's pretty good.
Ah, yes.
Yes. Hey, Luark. Cow pajama.
You taste like lilacs.
Lulu tastes like lilacs.
Yes.
Pardon?
He said you taste like lilacs.
School lilacs.
Oh, like lilacs. Oh, you said like Lila. I was like, whoa.
What have you been doing?
That's gay.
First of all, what is
Consume.
Sparkman up to? Second of all, how you know? What do you know what it tastes like?
He's been around.
Clearly.
You're the fourth person that's done that. How's it feel?
touched your hand.
Yes. Consume.
The power of the cow. I already consumed it.
No.
I don't need more.
I'm just a Kyle today. I just want to go around like this all day.
You go around the cow ranch, girl?
Yeah, some.
Headmaster's doing a twist and turn.
Go get some corn shucking.
Thanks, Kitty. I'm glad you think I'm important.
Go milk the cows and go sleep.
I want to revise my whole thing though. Like I'm tired of my war stuff. I need to get someone who knows what they're doing. Like
Just cowboy things.
that's not me. And like make a bunch of like charming particles. Hi.
Why the fuck do I move so much slower when I'm actually on the ground versus when I'm not? What the fuck is happening? Oh.
What?
He has consumed.
I
Wow.
consumed.
5 victims.
It's gone.
It looks so good.
You know, I'm
Thanks.
gonna get addicted to a negative emotion. I'm just gonna carry it. I'm
Why?
fucking
Why?
being a dumbass.
Stop getting
Because I
addicted,
can.
forehead.
Dude, I love blazers, man.
I can't stop getting addicted. It happens. Everyone's emotional.
Quit your
wreck.
addictions.
Hey, Karita.
Quit your addicting.
Hello.
Addictions.
How's it going?
Ooh, ooh.
Pretty good. How about you on your end,
Doing awesome.
Miss Partner?
Yeah. I'm still shocked.
cow, cow, cow.
I did a spontaneous 24-hour.
Where do I procure a wheelie chair?
They're in the cabinets that look like that.
Hey, Swarm. Good to see you.
I should make the. Be careful, we should make that.
Steel? I can talk Southern. I honestly was going to do that before I found out that Arcadum does a Southern voice. I just wanted to be really Southern.
Is the signature squint.
What if I was just like the most Southern ass, charming, like Southern Belle charming teacher? I want that's.
Starting here momentarily. There's a couple more loading.
Oh wow, there's not that many people here today.
The loading area.
Oh, wait, where's Nano?
Yeah, well, there's not that many people here today. So it seems. There's only wait, how many teachers? 3, 4, kind of. Minerva's kind of a teacher.
Just a very small.
Hi, House C4.
Consumed.
Hey, forehead. Lemon baby. Lulu, I just got a DM from Jack.
No.
Saying, did he just call you his mommy?
Hey, Nano. You smoking? Why are you smoking? Oh. You're so bright and smoky.
The world, girl.
She's smoking her own essence.
Smell my own affinity.
What did you say?
Oh, no fake kush for you.
Smoking my own affinity.
Get high off yourself. That's all you need in life. That's deep, Nano.
That's right. That's right. Get high
That's
off
deep.
yourself.
You can make a motivational video.
Cause I got high. Cause I got high. Cause I got high.
You don't have an excuse for not practicing magic though, because you practice magic to get high.
Nano!
Shut up.
Hey, War, and thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow.
I got for like a week.
Man, I've been eternally tired. I'm too old to do 24 hours. I'm too old.
Be like, hey, I finished it.
Here, let me drink water.
Yeah.
I'm so tired.
Well, shit.
Today, I need to get a book then.
I slept too earlier. I took a nap.
Wait, hold on.
Oh,
Okay, I'm
shit.
ready. Get me in.
You have a fox? Oh.
Let's go.
Hello. Oh.
Same thing, right?
What do you mean, Because I'm fat?
I did. I said, oh.
No.
Why are you so defensive? Why are you so defensive?
Because you said,
No, I said, oh. Like, oh.
Alright.
Sorry, I should have acted 10 times more excited.
Yeah.
You're cosplaying as yourself. What if you wore a dog onesie?
I did. I wore a wolf one.
Yeah.
Kinda same.
Hey, Bandit.
Hello.
Like I need to get
But I'm gonna tell you, whenever I go back and watch VODs and I see you laugh in character, like you break, it's so funny to me, man. I get. Your laugh is so.
I can't hold it in. I
know, it's just the way you do it is so fun.
Flipping across the map in the infirmary. It's supposed to be like dead almost.
Yeah.
I just can't.
I just love hearing you laugh. Because you're so stoic, but you just let the laugh come through, and it's so fucking funny to me. And you walked in on me pooping once. That was fun. Yeah, she was. I got my gas form. She's like, hello, and I was like, occupied. she freaking laughed.
Clear the area where people spawn in so they don't.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if you needed me to be somewhere or whatever.
Okay. You would know he's back.
Ha!
I'm gonna kill you in your sleep.
Too late. People have already looted him.
They did.
So, Melbourne working out. Melbourne exercising with Pierce.
Oh, man, to be honest, I'm pretty youthful.
Yes.
Like, I freaking stay up forever.
That takes time.
Usually.
Yeah,
I don't need that much sleep to live.
It's all more.
It's gotta be
I have eternal energy.
Go back to
What?
No, just like.
Did you see in Callisto they're gonna have a beach section? They're gonna have a beach section. They're gonna have
I need to make a swimsuit for Cleo. I need to put on the old one.
Yeah, they have a spa section.
Come to my level.
Oh, there goes the alarm. That means
Fuck,
we gotta
man,
go.
I'm getting out.
Yeah.
Eventually, is how it happens.
You're just getting like comfy on the fumes, bro.
I'm gonna change too
I'm
much.
about to get way too comfy. I'm gonna go die comfy.
Oh my god! I'm so tired.
Oh, it died for a second. Holy shit.
Hate to see it.
Alrighty. Let's see if I can make it the whole night tonight. I might not. We'll see. I always say that, but then I just keep going anyway. It's supposed to help some people with their Callisto characters tonight.
Bitch. Suck on these.
Oh my god.
I'm lagging balls. Hold on. You are balls.
Okay, thanks, Classic. Yeah. I make his heart race more than anything. Wait, what do I always say? Yeah, I've been tired lately, I'm not gonna lie. Lately, I have been tired. It is true facts. Hi, Ribbon. Hello. Oh.
Yeah. Stop sucking on Robodick.
You guys can go in and by the way. We started.
Okay.
I'm just waiting.
I'm not gonna go until more people go in. I thought that was Pookie. Hello.
Hello. What did you just hit?
Her mic.
No, it was immersive. I hit you really hard to say hello.
Damn.
Ah, there it is.
Slapped the shit out of
I was like, hello.
Hello?
That's the one. That's how you gotta do it.
My mic is always in the way.
We're doing it. We're going in. We're doing the role play because I completely lost track of time, and so I'm late.
Start the RP, by the way.
Okay, we go in.
Cool. I like just finished the other one.
Going in, going in,
And
going
you
in.
for fucking Liang. Shit. But I'm having problems.
Wait. I want to see my office because it's been 10 years since I was here. It's only been a week. But it feels like 10 years. How, like... I want to see my office. 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 Yeah. I love my office! I love my office. Look at it. It's so dope. Yeah, my office is huge, yeah. Because I can use it for training sometimes. That's a good thing. Because this keeps them from using their magic if I want them to. I love dark rooms. Yeah. I definitely want to RP with Willow today. Okay, onwards we go. Open the gates. The lantern is what Bliss uses for all her spells, actually. That's how she casts anything. What if I ran? What if students came in and I was fucking booking it, running laps with my heels?
You're fairly correct that I won't enjoy it. I'm used to hot. Used to very hot.
Good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
How are you two doing?
Doing well. For the most part.
Good to hear. Hi, Professor.
Morning, sir.
Greetings. Another day. This blessed academy.
Mhm.
Everywhere.
I would like to catch up with you since I've been gone the past few days. See if there's anything that
like
needs to
to.
be brought to my attention.
Not sure. Were you there when we were discussing everything in the Grove? I cannot remember.
No. If
Were
there's
you?
any... No, I was not.
Yes. Okay, very well then.
There's one question I wanted to ask in particular about a certain professor. I just saw her running around.
Yes, she already ran away.
Shit.
I saw her run past the,
If you want to catch her, you gotta be, like, the first one awake.
I saw her running towards the training grounds, like past the library and stuff. That's where I saw her running towards.
Maybe the range.
Yeah, that.
Looks like I'm
Hannah.
Just wondering. I just wanted to know if everything's in order, if there's anything that needs to be brought to my attention.
Nothing out of the ordinary, however. The other night, the full moon happened, and Zachary was not restrained, so we are kind of lacking in livestock at the moment. We're all slaughtered by him.
But everything turned out alright?
No one was hurt as far as I can tell.
That's good.
But we are discussing what we do with him for next time.
So they didn't restrain him this time? Was it forgotten about?
No. The discussion was just the other day, actually.
I know last time Albrecht helped a lot, but he seems to be going through his own issues right now. Has that improved at all?
I'm not sure. Everything will be fine. We just need to give it time.
Yeah. I just hope nothing happens during the time.
That'd be most unfortunate. Luck has not been on our side recently. It's all about what we do with what we are given, though, to succeed.
Yeah, I know you're right. It's good to be optimistic.
Optimism's all some of us have these days. Well, we must make good use of it, otherwise it goes to waste.
Especially for the students. Good morning, Nerali.
Nothing else to report, though.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Phew!
Bless you.
Pollen.
Pollen. Quite common to be allergic to that. Or
Oh.
to trigger reaction.
Welcome back,
Well,
Professor
someone's
Willow.
made a
You've been
return.
missed.
Tell me, are we in here? What the fuck is that?
Oh, you haven't been briefed?
Would you like to step aside so we could just fill you in what you've missed?
My god, I have like allergies
In the
today.
absolute fuck happened to your ears?
What do you mean? They're right here.
She's
You're
playing
pointing
with
to
you.
your eyes, not your head.
They're right here.
When the fuck did you?
Professor Willow?
I don't know why you're so shocked. Why you can do this?
Right. So, actual serious question: Are these?
Professor Willow, you're back?
Is that little shit a second year now, and is that one a third year now? Sorry, the displacement in the phase. Weird.
You're in the second year. The year is 2120.
Oh, thank. Fucking. Oh.
We've initiated the Gallant Squad Accord, or whatever the hell they call it. So now we have
Oh,
the
by the
physical-
grace of Titania.
I
You
think
mean
we
it
should
isn't
probably
21:30?
stay away from. We should probably stay away from the door, the portal.
Yes, that's why I suggested we step aside.
Thank you, Professor.
Sorry.
As you have a seizure upon the shock of everything you've missed.
Right. So we got. So we got the ponies now.
I was ignored.
The Unicorn Squad, Gallant. And Carver's still around, as
Actually, I
you
should
can hear.
Wait.
Gavin,
Does
Professor
nobody
Willow?
know what unicorns are actually like? Those things are fucking dangerous.
Professor? Yeah, Rex was telling
so
us.
are
Hi.
flowers with thorns, so are swords.
What do you have?
Hi,
Goddamn trees.
I'm Meg.
Did you just find it?
Fair point.
No. Misty gave her to me.
Oh, what kind of egg is
You
that?
haven't seen paprika? Have you seen paprika?
No.
Okay, this is not for eating,
Oh,
by the way.
return.
I'm putting
What?
it on the fire to warm. It's not for eating.
Are you telling me to come with you?
Yes.
Do you have a pet now?
Paprika is still in my room.
Oh. I haven't been in here since it was redone. It looks really nice in here.
It is very nice in here. Yeah, I can agree with that. It looks too nice.
You think so?
I think they overworked it.
Oh. Aww. Adorable. I thought you were showing me the art on your pillow as your pet. I was like, oh.
No. Thanks, Miss Bliss. Appreciate it. No, I brought back some fertilized eggs from Camp Harry, and with my heat,
so adorable.
I have been working on them. I gave an egg to Hannah because they really well, the farm got attacked by Zachary due to the full moon and killed all of her animals that she looked after. And due to me feeding off negative energy, I've been trying to flush it out, and there was a lot of negative energy coming from Hannah, so I was like, okay, gotta deal with that.
Oh, I'm proud of you. That's really thoughtful. That's adorable. Paprika,
Yeah.
that's a cute name.
I spent all day on the egg, and then I need to take them out. Well, I need to take her out. And then I have to start working on another egg, which I have 8 left.
Oh.
I brought back 10. I gave one to Hannah, and then this is the first one, and I was lucky enough to get it first time.
So you're using your fire to speed up the process?
I'm trying to control my body temperature so I don't. So I'm able to control it a bit more.
Yeah, so you don't cook it on
accident. The more angry I
accident.
get, the more hot I get. Yeah, so I've been trying to learn how to control it and also learn how to do fireball.
That's a good way
I
to
learned
practice.
from Lauren. Yeah, because I went to Lauren yesterday and asked I need to learn fireball because we don't have a lot of range in our squad, and I only have my fire and also my set my body on fire and also my hellhound form, but I want to actually be able to range, so we don't have. I think we have 2 people that are range, but we have short range, which is me and Narali with our flame, and then Rex has his water bolt and his lightning, which are 2 ranged attacks. So I've been trying to learn a little bit more about my magic and see if I can find out. I tried figuring out if I could do firewall. The only problem with firewall is that Rex made a good point, is that I would not be able to put my mana through that firewall so friendlies can walk.
Yeah.
It would be literally a permanent firewall. So trying to
that wouldn't be
figure
good.
something out.
I'm proud of you.
I've been struggling recently.
You're making big strides though. You're going a lot.
Yeah, I'm getting to a point of where negativity is starting to get an issue, starting to be an issue again. So, trying to distract myself with this or other creatures.
Adorable
or something.
creatures can help.
Just something.
More than anything sometimes.
Yeah, and a lot of people have more of a negative interaction with this. So, I've been trying to flush it out. Trying to make everyone more of a positive enlightenment, so I'm not feeding off their
I'm glad they allow pets here.
Yeah, Ren has a goat. I guess I'm gonna keep Paprika as an actual pet for Gallant Squad.
Nice.
And then the rest is gonna go to the farm for food wise, and also for eggs.
Aw, yeah.
And food. So that is our pet. I know it's not the interesting creature, but it's interesting enough.
I think chickens are very interesting.
I started.
They're
Camp
smarter
Harry
than
and I
they
was
seem.
Like, what is this?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I want one. So, Paprika is there.
Well, nice.
So I'm gonna be making sure to feed her and everything, and I wrote everything down for Liang's horn. I don't think he had a mentor who was going to go and give him a horn. So we're gonna start with chromatic glass horn, which is made from crushed up mana crystal in glass. If I'm guessing correctly, I think.
Yeah,
Rex
I
told
know
me
all
how
about
to make
chromatic
it.
glass. That'd be very useful to contain your abilities.
Yeah, because he's so uncomfortable about his magic, and he goes into the dungeon, and there's chromatic glass in the dungeon that makes him stop casting magic. I feel like
My office
I
also
wanted to
has it
make
if
him
you
a
ever need
sapphire.
to go somewhere close.
That's very true, yeah.
I leave my office unlocked for anyone to use.
We do have another type of material. What do we have? Sapphire? It's a blue gem type. We've got it at Camp Kyrie, and I'm gonna probably be making a horn for him in that, but I'm testing it with the chromatic glass first.
Right.
Before going on to it, because it's a very fragile material. And also if I do start breaking it apart, it will become more fragile over time, and I would probably need to put a ward on it so it doesn't break, but it will break over time. So it's Liang's horn itself. I don't know if it's magical related, and also can cast if it's like the flow of magic, right? You know, and you have horns that have the flow of magic in them, and
yeah,
flow and give that aura. I don't know if that happens to his horn, so I don't want the material of the metal to literally freeze over, so it would break easily. So I'm gonna let Liang. He's gonna give me a mold of his horn end, which is a bit broken. So
how are you two?
Eel leather.
I know last time you guys are having a little bit of a struggle, I guess.
We're doing a lot better. We don't. At the moment, it annoys me because I don't see the progress. Because I'm a very impatient person.
Yeah.
I want to get things done, and if I don't do it, I get annoyed.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm very impatient. And the first time that I met Liang with General Squad, I saw him to be very on his own. So, I don't know what took me. I think it was the negativity that was coming off him, pretty much. I was just following it like a.
Yeah, he's
horrible
definitely
thing I
going
can
through a
say
lot.
like a dog.
He's been through a lot.
So
He's trying not to blame himself for things.
True. I don't know. He's the only one that's feeding me the negative energy, and the more negative energy I get,
And he's
the more
in your
blind I
squad, so
become,
that
the
doesn't
more
help, does
frustrated
it?
I am. No, that's why I've been trying to get to the bottom of it, and that's why I did at Camp Kari, and it just got a little bit out of hand. His magic has been very awkward for him. It's very. He can't control it, which irritates me the most. Because if he can't control it, it means that he could possibly lose his temper. Because he lost his temper in Camp Kari when I was alone, and I was picking at him. The only reason I was picking at him was just feed off his negative energy, but at the same time I tried not to. I tried actually trying to fix the problem, but even he himself doesn't know. And every time he pushes me away, I just feel like he's lying. He's telling me, "Oh, I'm fine," and then the next time he's covered in ice. And
yeah, I think a lot of people.
It irritates me.
Yeah, a lot of people aren't honest with how they're feeling here.
That's why every time he tries pushing me away, I say no. I'm a very stubborn person, and he's stubborn too. So if I have to get to him, I will, in a very more of a tempered push. Because sometimes I'm not very tempered. I'm able to get to people very easily and understand what's going on in their head. But Liang is a very difficult subject. He doesn't know what's going on, the cause of it, or the problem.
Yeah.
All the teachers are helping him, which is a good thing, and I'm glad that he's getting help. But as soon as the teachers start dropping, I will start coming in.
Yeah,
and my patience will grow more thin.
And if you ever want, I can always hang nearby, so you can try to work it out with him. And I could be there for emergencies.
That's true. I don't know.
Because there's a way for me to turn into gas where it's hard to see me. So I could linger nearby.
Lingering, yeah. He tried to attack me whilst I was at my most fragile moment, where I was not unable to tap my fire.
I remember that.
The fact that I exhaust myself.
I'm glad you recovered from that as well.
It was kind of a very weird experience. I've never had it in my life before, where I'm unable to go into my forms or cast my fire, or zone out and then have another person come out and talk to people. Maybe it's just my anger that was controlling. The more angry I get, the more blind I get, so
Yeah.
everything becomes a very big blur. So maybe it's just my anger building up to the point where I just wanted to stretch its legs. Because I started to fight it a lot of the time when I went into my big form in the crypt.
And
I went into my big form twice.
Has he been better since you've been back at campus? I do notice he needs to. I think people need to bring him out of his shell a bit. He is alone all the time.
Well, that's what I've been trying to do.
Yeah.
But every time I try and bring him out of his shell, he always pushes me away.
Yeah.
Which irritates me the most. Because I'm his squad mate at the end of the day, I really don't care how many times he pushes me away. I'm still going to be by his side fighting in battle.
That's very admirable of you. I feel the same way. I don't give up on people easily. Or at all.
True, but he's got already people trying to help him out, and I trust them, but at the same time, I don't.
Yeah.
As I could do a better job, but no matter how many times I try to do a better job, it always ends up me feeding on the negativity instead of being able.
Yeah, your nature tends to clash with what you want. With
As what I
goals.
do is very true. I tend to push them to that until they break. Until they like properly break. I mean, emotionally, you know.
Yeah.
And he gave me the most negativity like out of there.
Yeah.
I just broke him by talking to him. We had a subtle conversation because I guess we had a very intense conversation. It was very calm at the first set until I started to talk about, okay, what is this ice? Do you know it? He told me he doesn't know, and then I thought he was lying because he always pushes people away, right? So I was like, you probably do know, but you don't want to tell me, so I'm going to keep pushing. And I kept pushing and pushing, following, and then he broke. He started to become more of a hostile. I stood my ground. But at the same time, if I had my fire, it would be a whole nother story if he attacked me again.
He's definitely going to have to get better at that. But we'll work with him together. I'm glad you have his best
True, I
interest
don't
at heart.
understand the anger. Well, I do. It's not like I want to feed off his negative
Sorry, I
energy
just
all the time, which
keep
is nice.
keep getting the urge to stand on your table. I'm sorry. Wow.
No, it's fine. It's a good table to stand
Yeah,
on.
it's real sturdy. This table's
Yeah, it's a good
so sturdy. Just had to test it out, so I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
I'm glad that you got a bigger sturdy table over there if you want it. It's a circle one, higher up. I don't think you can get on it though. I think it is possible. I think.
There we go. You know what? Yeah.
Get a better run on it.
Very sturdy
Oh, yeah.
furniture. Very sturdy. Very.
It's very sturdy. It's
Very
good.
sturdy.
Good
Well
furniture.
built school.
No, it should be sturdy because there's a lot of species here that would possibly break everything. There's some oak right there.
Yeah, feel that. Feel that. Wow.
Feel that oak. God, some good fucking quality oak.
The texture.
Oh my god, the texture's like, So we don't get furniture like that. It's normally
Nope,
stone at the fourth layer.
I just love furniture.
Good furniture, yeah. But there is something that I need to work on.
I keep backing up on stuff on accident.
Hello. It's been getting worse.
Yeah.
I've been trying to do my best to not prod people, but at the same time, I could just walk up to someone and prod them to the point where
Well,
you get more and more angrier.
I think they also need to work on their resilience to words, to emotions, to attitudes, because they're going to encounter all kinds of people and they're going to have to keep their composure under a lot of situations. And if they can't keep their composure, something that they need to, it's good you're bringing it to their attention. They need to work on it.
That's why I gave the egg to Hannah to see if her more of a enlightenment comes in, more of a positive look on things.
Mm-hmm.
Victor, on the other hand, I don't know him as much, and a lot of the slubs around here seem to be at their standing point. Not breaking, not emotionally distressed. But sometimes it can get to that point. It could be a nice conversation, or I just feed on the wrong negative energy.
Yeah.
More of the anger, the unhappiness. Like, there is many different negative energies I can feed off. But anger is what pumps me up to get more.
Yeah.
Which is annoying.
I usually sense it as well.
How do you deal with it? Do you feed off negative energy all the time?
No. I don't feed off of it. I just feel it. And it can be pretty, depending on how intense it is. Such as Albrecht at the camp. It can really affect how I am, how I outwardly act. But I've had a lot of practice, training, to be able to keep my composure. Just let it sit in a back corner of my mind, knowing it's there, but being able to keep myself calm.
I wish I can turn it off. It would be much better to be able to just turn it off and not have to feed off.
I think it'll always be there. It'll always be something that you feel, but you'll be able to overshadow it with your other emotions and your common sense, which you have a lot of.
Common sense, yes. Yeah, because I get grumpy at myself for not having it. I get grumpy at myself and then I get grumpy at others, which is technically just the normal average emotion I have. Grumpiness and anger, and if I don't do something right, I get grumpy.
Yeah.
And if I do things right, and then people kind of take that as a, yeah, no, it's not working, I try to do better, which causes me to be in a more...
I know it's frustrating not being listened to. That's happened to me a lot.
Yeah.
Especially
maybe it will change.
Even as a teacher at the school, I don't have as much teaching experience as the other professors do. So it's easy to be kind of unheard sometimes. But that's okay. It's got to prove them wrong.
True. I know that, I don't know. We have a lot of work to do. Especially with our squad situation going down. I don't even know what to do with that.
And, I want to check in just to make sure everything's okay, because it feels like when I'm gone, I come back to chaos always. So it's, hopefully it's okay. I haven't heard anything too crazy yet.
A lot of things happened yesterday. I was literally looking after Paprika and find her name. And then I went to Lauren, learned some technique to do my fireball spell. Then I went to go and measure Liang's horns. And I was chilling with Rex for like most of the day. There wasn't a lot going on.
Okay.
No medical emergency, nothing. Well, there was a little bit of a tension with the were creatures, the lichens and everything else after the full moon incident.
Yeah, I heard
Vanguard
about
had
that.
to clean up the farm.
Yeah.
Some blood. And Zachary
We need
was
to put them in a
being-
safer location, I think.
Well...
Or maybe we should just feed him a
Zachary-
bunch of garlic or something. I know werewolves don't really care about garlic, but it still might make them not taste good.
Well, you can't control yourself once you're in that type of situation. Like my anger, I get blinded by
Yeah,
it.
of
They don't know
course.
until it's late. They probably do know, and Layla seems to have better control over it when the full moon happens, so...
Yeah.
Whatever happens with that, I don't know, but Zachary was literally a ghost all day yesterday. I'm glad that he's actually coming out and being able to talk to people instead of
Good.
looking at people and being like,
Also, who do you
That's the
share
last
your
time
room
that
with?
I saw
Out
him.
of curiosity.
I share my room with Norali.
Oh, that sounds fun.
So me and Norali share a room. We want to do something with this room. Maybe split it in the middle. Actually have like,
Yeah, so you can have some
places of our
privacy,
own.
yeah.
Yeah. 'cause
Maybe
we
have a
need
little
to-
wall, a little dressing room wall right here.
A little curtain, yeah, because like I have Paprika now, so we need an actual place for Paprika. So we just, I
Mhm.
can't keep on making Paprika stay in my pillow.
Yeah, this reminds me of my office, honestly, the colors.
Yeah, it's very dark and dim. I like it. I like the
Me
dark
too.
theme. Yellow, yellow is not my thing.
Yeah. And it's very bright, yes. Do you want to go see if anyone's training in the stadium?
That's true, yeah, let's go. That's normally the training session would be. Do you want to jump out the balcony?
Oh,
balcony here.
Oh yeah.
Onwards.
Gas form, go. Yeah, gas form. Wow. Okay.
You can land. You can land that without.
Yeah, I just, in heels, it,
Okay, heels. Yeah, that's.
I don't trust myself. I can be clumsy sometimes. I don't want to break my ankles.
You won't break your ankles.
You'd be surprised.
No, please. Be surprised.
Yeah.
Oh, good morning. I was about to look for you guys.
Hello. How's it going?
We were just in the dorm. I was showing her Paprika.
Oh, what did you think?
She's adorable.
And how did the incubating of the others go? Or did you decide to hand them
I
off
didn't
to
do
people?
that. I gave an egg to Hannah.
Oh, that's nice of you.
Yeah.
Because she
Don't
kinda
forget,
got
though,
the
if we
animal.
don't incubate them, eventually they'll start to go bad, so...
Yeah, I'd probably either one, I just grab a box and I hold the box and I just incubate all of them at the same
Oh,
time.
man.
His
Alright,
hair's
if you're
so much
gonna go
lighter.
for
I
it.
don't think I should, but I'm gonna try it.
Maybe some will make it and some others won't. I don't know. Worth a shot, I guess.
Hopefully. It is worth a shot.
Now that the farm's empty, ugh.
Has everything been okay on campus?
Yes, but actually no.
Oh, figures.
Yeah, Zachary went all werewolf during a full moon and
Mhm.
killed pretty much all the animals. Blood everywhere, guts everywhere.
Have you guys
Morgus
been,
full of body parts.
you're like, have you guys, have your explosions been less intense when you're,
Well, normally the longer you spend
During
together,
your
you get
time.
better at it, not worse. But
yeah.
we haven't had any issues. But at Camp Kari, she couldn't
Thank
catch fire,
you.
so took advantage of that. But,
Oh. Well, there's a plus to
yeah.
that, I guess.
However, she can catch fire again.
Yes, I can
and
catch fire.
is gonna practice
Hey,
shooting it too.
maybe
which
there's a
is
way.
gonna be great.
Maybe there.
Where there's a willy, there's a way.
Maybe there's a
That's
way
what
to
I
turn
say.
it off if it happened before. Maybe there's a way to control it.
Maybe.
Possibly.
Maybe I just need to exhaust myself. Maybe that's the thing.
No,
Get
well,
myself to a place.
that's not
Well-
gonna be. Yeah, it's not gonna be fun for you. Or that's kind of lame.
No,
It's like,
it
all
isn't.
right, hon, let's go for a fucking 5-mile jog before.
Get those orcs in.
No, just
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing that. Gonna be doing fireball training.
You can't say too much perverted things to students. I was gonna say something.
Which is gonna be very.
Hey, Table. Thank you so much, Sahan.
Still nothing.
Yeah, his hair's light.
Oh well. Anyone in
What?
the tree? Oh,
Oh,
hello.
bye-bye. We were gonna head over there for you, but looks like you found us first.
Hi, Nerali.
Hi.
I was looking at the Gallant Squad housing.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
my
shoot
right
it to
hand's
people.
much more tired than I thought. They're jealous of what?
They're jealous of our building.
It looks beautiful. It reminds me of my
Our
office.
building.
Becky was like, why couldn't we have ours? I'm like, we didn't get a choice in this. We just woke up one day and it happened.
Yeah, your colors are great. I like them.
Thank you. You're wearing them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
Technically.
what you are wearing.
Mm-hmm.
It's very classy.
Yes, it is.
Mm.
And it goes with anything.
It does.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. That's the best part.
And the best part is that if we do bleed or go roll in the grass or put purple paint on us, or then what other colors am I missing? Blue. There it is. If we put blue ink on us, then we could become every single squad.
There you go, your rainbow squad. You got it. But I wouldn't recommend getting stabbed to be a rainbow.
We're already unicorns. Do we have to be rainbow too?
Rainbow
Yes.
unicorn.
Yeah.
Rainbow unicorns.
Wait. What about double rainbow?
Dude, how many of you guys played that Adult Swim game?
'Cause it would be two
Robot,
double
like the
rainbows,
robot
like,
unicorn
straight
game?
down.
Holy shit, that game's fun.
All the way,
That would be
double
sick.
rainbow all the way down. Yeah, that's the ticket.
Sounds like a fancy bit, but gone wrong. But I guess it worked.
I wonder where the professors are. I wanted to touch base with them.
I haven't. Willow and Vaughn were inside when I was in there.
Okay, I might check up on Willow.
Yeah. And Gowan, I didn't have a chance to talk to Crystal Thorn or Ardenville yet because they're busy training already. I was going to talk to them about us maybe doing a jumping puzzle exercise together.
That sounds fun.
But I'll try when I can.
I think they're all
Yeah.
busy with their training situation.
The only one I haven't seen yet is Liang.
I did see him. He was walking at the door, but I don't know where he's on. He's all mysterious at the moment, pissing me off.
Well, I'm gonna see if I can talk to the professors, but have a great day, guys. I'll run into you soon.
All right, you too, Bliss.
Be safe.
I will.
What is that? Force
Good morning.
blades through your own wind. What does that mean?
Man. Professor Bliss.
Good morning. Are you guys doing okay?
Yes.
Yes,
doing
ma'am.
morning training.
Good.
Actually, ma'am.
Yeah.
I've made a a bit of a breakthrough.
You have?
Yes.
Show me.
I read through all of your notes and about it all being in your head, and I discovered that if I think a bit more aggressively or if I focus on negative emotions, this happens. Okay. I don't know what it does. But frankly, I don't think I care much right now. It's just actually working.
Good morning. How are you doing?
All right, well, that's wonderful.
Doing well.
I knew you could do it.
Hand feels a little bit numb though.
Numb is better than pain, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm so
Doing
glad you
pain
had a
while casting
breakthrough.
is dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Oftentimes that means you've pushed past the limit and are actively using your own life force.
Yeah, always make sure to pay attention to how you're feeling while you're using it, especially beginning.
Guess more than anything, it just feels like the ends of my finger tingle.
Yeah, I've felt that before. That's why that's why I started using a lantern instead of my hands. Using something
I don't have a fancy lantern.
But I'm very proud of you. I knew you could do it. And now you're learning an offensive spell, and that's really useful.
I don't actually know what it does, so I don't know if it's offensive or not. All I know is that it's bright and it's different, which is positive because that means maybe I'm doing something right.
Yeah,
or
well,
maybe something incredibly wrong.
Just keep practicing every day. Practice on maybe little plants or something. See what happens. Good morning, Ryder.
Put it in your...
Good morning, madam. Pleasure to see everyone.
Pleasure to see you too. We've been doing well since getting back from Camp Kari. I had to be gone for a few days.
Yes, I'm okay for
Good.
the most part.
I'm glad to hear it.
Pardon?
I have more meditation to do, so I'm headed to the waterfall.
Okay, good luck.
I believe it was.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't see Arbor's ability. Hey, Pashley! Hey, girl! What's up? Well, I'm offended. Everyone's training.
It is. Glad to see the progress, though.
Only get 6 or 7 through before it tires me out pushing through it.
Hmm.
I see.
Seems like a
Come
lot
on,
of people
try
are
to
having a
get through
breakthrough.
Come here.
Yes, Professor?
Come here. Why the sudden coloration change in your wind?
It's a side effect.
The runic circles haven't changed. Right? Side effects of what?
Believe of this.
And how's she
Except for
feeling about it?
Oh, pissed is all high hell, Professor. But
He's
I
steaming.
would say so, because, you know...
she hates spirits, yes. But at Campari, I suffered a near fatal incident and requested assistance from a being who I thought may be able to assist, and the adverse effects of such have been fun.
Asking aid from the dead is asking aid at all. You're just digging at worms.
Well, it wasn't intentional, I can give you that. It was subconscious, apparently that was enough.
Not gonna mention, I can only imagine how that specimen must feel, what with everything going on in his crypt.
Commune with her. Get yourself reattuned, because that could cause serious damages and repercussions further down the line that you might not like, and she might not either.
I know. I'm already trying to find a way to break the bond, but I don't exactly know how to do that.
Well, unfortunately, you would have to speak with one of your other professors on communing with the dead, because I will not touch it.
Indeed.
But your runic circles in your eyes are fine. That's all I'm concerned about. If one of them shits out of place, I'm going to be mildly upset.
Well, fine is not how I would state it.
They're still intact.
Just deactivated, yes.
Continue with your training, but commune with her to try to figure out a better path.
Yes, Professor. Right. Grab everyone for formation training then?
Is it painful or anything?
Not anymore.
Very good. Stark,
Everyone up. Yes, Professor.
I do recall you wanted to have a word the other day. We never necessarily got the opportunity to do so,
May
That's
wait
whenever you'd
until
like.
after- Yes, thank you, Professor.
I have a meeting with my squad today, but outside of that, not too much else, so. How are you feeling?
Good. I had
to
to
see you
go away
back up
for a
on
few
your
days.
feet.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Looks like
understand.
your horns are gone.
Yeah, I found out what the issue was with those.
that?
Illusions, believe it or not.
Oh.
More or less a prank. To try to get you and I to think what...
Oh, I was thinking
They
maybe they disappeared because there's an absence of something else. Guess I was wrong.
No, it's...
What, are you okay?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh.
Damn. Yeah.
You're still having problems with the mind playing.
Or something.
What are you
I
feeling?
don't know, the... irritation. I don't know if I define it as pain, but it's definitely disorienting. Hard to self-analyze, but the professor
How long has
said
this been
that...
going on?
Well, ever since him and I clashed.
Does he know what to do?
No, but he had a few observations. I'll just have to do some self-meditation, I guess. See if I can find some of
Yeah.
my own answers.
I would be careful doing it by yourself, though. Digging into your mind when you're not sure what's in there right now. At least
I'd
have
like
someone
to think
nearby.
it's just me.
I would like to think that too, but you
Oh.
can never be too safe.
You have a point. Thank you.
And I have chromatic
take
glass
that
in
into
my office
consideration.
as well, if you ever need to go somewhere.
That's fair. That...
I'm sorry.
It's okay. We have a busy day today. There's much that I'm sure you're gonna need to be caught up on.
Yeah.
I have a word with Professor Albrecht and the headmaster.
Has he improved at least?
Yes. We've seen improvements on his end, at least since the camp incident. I suppose we could say so, but we've also seen very interesting developments. Ones that you'll have to be briefed on.
Okay. Sorry that I was gone.
You're okay. It's fine. We all need to take wellness checks.
I needed to get more
You
supplies.
are also at your wit's end. I understood.
Yeah, I needed a little bit of a break so I could rejuvenate.
Yeah. Well, it's stressful on everyone, but we're gonna have to be the ones that pull through.
Mm-hmm. That's the longest I've slept in a long time. Yeah.
Huh?
Ailments don't keep me down.
Well, I'm gonna keep my eyes on you even more than usual.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to do so usually.
Meditation.
Well, you know. Just have to make sure fellow professor's safe.
Yeah.
You know, big explosions. He creates big explosions all over the place. You gotta make sure it doesn't get hurt and stuff.
Well, do that as you will, I suppose.
Right.
Mhm.
Oh. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Yeah.
I saw him with the headmaster this morning. I'd like to make sure everything's okay.
I don't ever change.
Her skin's shiny.
What is your status?
Okay.
I'm alright. For the moment.
For the moment. Let's let it not be just the moment then. Not sure what the plans are for the day. I'll just leave it to the professor, headmaster, I mean.
The headmaster will be making an announcement today, as far as I know.
They're pretty much
I'll
good.
leave that to
I
him
think
then.
the burn's just scarring at this point.
Got it.
The infection's basically gone too.
Apparently, it's rather important, so
Hmm.
that'll be something to look forward to.
Importance.
Well, I think it's grove time, unfortunately.
Good. I need something to focus on. I'm sick and tired of sitting around doing nothing. Having nothing to think on.
Headache.
Well, I've got lots to think about.
Well, after the announcement, if there's some direction on what to focus on for the day, we will see.
Very
Looking
good.
forward to hearing it.
Yes, we'll have to catch you up to speed on recent developments.
Yeah, sorry I had to go away for a while.
We will
Speaking of
take
which, Professor
vacations.
Cowles, I may speak to you in private for a moment.
Please.
Please excuse me, professors.
An interesting day. Can't wait to hear the important news we may acquire.
Mm-hmm. Has there been any
quiet days?
Has there been any
Quiet
progress?
does not suit me.
Did-
Not recently.
Has there been any progress that you've seen on the state of Carver's mind issue?
Nothing I know about Carver's issue. I
It's
was
very
also concerned with
concerning.
Albrecht. Albrecht is way out of the ordinary than I would say Carver
Oh, I know.
was at the time.
He still's giving me an unnerving feeling.
Hmm.
Can't shake it.
Anger clouds us, but something clouds anger, and to which end can never be good.
It's not
It's
his
best
fault,
we pay attention.
but it's still it's still hard. I know it's not his doing, but I just have to try not to take it personally.
The moment we make things personal, the professionalism is out of the window.
Exactly.
That's why I prefer to keep it to myself.
I do think there needs to be a balance, though, because lacking any personal can make you miss out on things that you wouldn't see normally.
You cannot miss things if you do not desire them in the first place.
Well, I don't mean
That's
in
why
miss
I
as
tend to
in
myself.
desire. I mean miss as in lack critical information.
Whether or not it is critical depends on the context. But let's hope critical information is duly handed out to those who are concerned.
Yeah.
Be awful otherwise.
I would just
Not
hate
too
for that to be. I would hate for that corruption to be spread here at the school.
No, I think that's very unlikely. After 100 years, everything's been rather fine. We'll be fine now. We just need to be, like I said, attentive. Just need to keep an eye on things, pay close attention.
Yeah.
Nothing will slip through our grasp. Ah.
Looks like it's time for the
finally.
meeting.
Something to focus on.
I'm scampering.
What are we gonna be told?
Time to face the day.
Yep, here we go. Strength.
Not strong yet.
Good morning, Ren. You got this.
Unfortunately, I have some good yet devastating news to tell you later.
Oh, okay. At least there's a good in there. At least you said the good part first. That's optimism.
Yeah. If only it were that simple.
Let's get to the bell. We can talk after.
I think Professor Willow needs.
Let's go to the chaos.
Yep.
Let's go.
How maybe next time we can group up, we'll just go right into formation.
Oh my god, how many more fucking stands?
Is your leg feeling better at least?
Yeah, it feels better, but you know, climbing stairs is so annoying because
Yeah.
it requires you to use both of your legs, and I've only got 1.5.
Maybe you can convince someone to carry you.
Lila, Rin's the one that made
No, I don't want anyone to carry me anymore.
Okay.
Joseph, get you the new nut, please.
No. Steele did actually.
Fine, Gavin. His father. I'm not
Which we need to talk about later.
Students are finally arriving.
Most of them, but not all, unfortunately.
I guess Barnes isn't here today. Is he really sitting all by himself, Jojo, at this freaking table?
I'm so confused.
We'll give it a couple more moments. Perhaps Carver was training with someone. Unless you've seen him.
Him and Albrecht were speaking.
That should be here any moment.
My goodness, the number's more than one. I swear, if I see another one with a red uniform, I'm going to be happier than ever. It'll be record-breaking numbers. Ugh. And also-
Your body's doing weird things.
Huh.
Is it? Yeah, that happens quite a lot, actually. You see, as a demon, I go through some waves.
Witness showed up. You're good?
Good morning, everyone. Now that Vaughn's done with his morning yoga.
Yes, of course.
Not yet. Oh.
We still have a student or two that are still recovering from their injuries. And I also received news this morning that the Kingsguard of Aldoria has requested our presence in a couple days. We'll be leaving the academy. I'm giving you this heads up so that you can prepare. We need to make as many potions and everything as we can.
Good.
We'll be briefing you within 2 days' time. Use this time wisely to train, practice, and prepare. But as of now, today is just going to be another recovery day as we just got back from Camp Kari, after all. You're excused. Make sure you tend to your professors, your alchemy, and your studies.
Alchemy. I love it. Burns right through my clothes every time I screw up.
Maybe a good idea to collect what students you can for drafting together what we need for this trip.
I know exactly who I will leave that to.
Now? I mean, now's your
We
best
just got back.
Yes.
I'll be there to assist after dinner. That's all right, sir.
Yourself, Ryder.
Melanie.
I'll be in there for a little bit after this.
Why we gotta leave again? We just got back.
I expect to see you there.
I'll assist.
I'll have to speak with them myself.
I will be crafting a little bit out of the ordinary, but I'll tell you then and there.
Leave a memo for them.
Of course,
I'll
I'll
get rid of
Professor
them.
Albrecht.
Get Vanguard doing.
I'm not gonna talk to Albrecht
Yeah.
because he's giving me the
I
heebie-jeebies
just wanted to make sure your wounds are being tended to, sir.
because I know he is corrupted it.
Very well. I will accompany you wherever you need me to.
Actually, it should be fine. Yes, it should be fine. We could do it in the war room really quickly.
Very well. I will meet you there.
Thank you, sir.
I will be meeting with my squad.
War room,
The
quick.
Vanguard dorms have some plans to go over.
Good.
If you stay in the common
luck,
area, we'll
Professor.
come get you if we need you.
Thank you.
Oh, they cuddling.
Have you seen Cadet Liang since you assisted him?
No. Yeah.
Have you happened to see him? Please let me know.
There's Joseph. Joseph and Mel.
Professor Bliss,
Yes.
when you are free, I will need a word with you in my office.
All right. Do you want to go now?
I must go see Cadet Hana.
All right,
Here's the
seek me out
change,
when
my
you need to talk.
bandages.
Oh no, I have to talk to Albrecht.
Hi, I'm almost done. You host you.
I am here for my hug. Yeah.
Here for your hug?
Yeah. Thank
First.
you. Thanks.
It's good to see you walking around, Ren.
And hug number 2.
Number 2. Listen, if it's just a number 2, then it's not worth
Okay,
it.
hug number lost on the
Something
list because you
first
don't
or-
matter, I guess. You want to play it that way?
I'll just give it to you anyway. It's a worthless hug.
Thanks.
No hug is worthless.
Especially
Look,
if
I'm
it's a
walking on
rim
my
hug.
leg.
I see that. You're not going, ow, ow.
I'm just gonna hit it. And also walk
Why would you do
upstairs.
that?
Like, if I accidentally stub it on like a chair leg or something, then that hurts. Or remote out the stairs. And then,
Or if you
yeah, that
accidentally
hurts.
fall off the stairs, which I've seen that a bunch of
I
times.
don't fall. The
I kind of want to use the restroom before I talk to Albrecht. It might take a while.
You usually fall off the top. And then...
I'm gonna quickly go to the restroom really quickly because I drink a lot of water. You know. I'm gonna quickly, before he tries to find me, go to the restroom. So 1 second. 1 moment, please. Ugh. It'll take me a second. Because, you know, talking with Albrecht, especially about what we're about to talk about, probably. So, I'll be right back. Okay. Ugh. My cat jump scared me. She grabbed my foot. Yeah. Hey, Leon. Okay, here we go. He's been very, like, Bliss is able to sense the corruptive forces in him, so. So, she's gonna be honest and tell him. She still senses it.
For the most part, seem to feel that I am more of a threat, so they will not.
Well, I overheard that. I'm just gonna run around until he finds me. He's the invisible one. He'll find me. Yes. People always walking on me pooping. And one time I was lagging and I accidentally freaking. I'm just gonna go here. I accidentally opened the door.
Besides, you guys' reactions are priceless.
Miss Bliss.
Yes.
Perhaps so.
Can
But if
I
I come
talk to
in
you?
walking like
Of
a
course.
woman one day, don't be surprised.
Privately.
Mm-hmm. Where'd you like to go?
Accepted and be like, yeah,
It doesn't matter. Do you have an office?
Yeah, let's go there.
Actually, I might just transform into one of my other vessels one day, just to take you all off guard.
I'll just. Oh wait, don't wait there. Wait, why is there a knife?
A knife? Oh, Joseph usually patrols with a knife.
But why do you just leave it here?
I don't know. That's not safe, is it? We could bring it in my office.
Yeah, I'll just throw it away if you have a box. Trash box.
And just a heads up, it looks like silver in there, but it's actually platinum. So don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah, this is my office. I love it a lot.
Cool.
I'm glad you like it.
This is awesome.
Yeah, I can give you a little tour. I have all my candles that I make that do different things. I have chromatic glass for training if you ever need to train in here without using your abilities. I have a mirror over here.
Neat. Does it do anything special?
Well, not currently, but I have plans for it. I am going to use it so you're able to get a good look at yourself while you're training. It helps mentally.
Cool.
Yeah. And I have this area for whenever students need to talk to me, which is now, seems like.
To find my invisible chair. Sorry, give me a second.
Invisible chairs are fun.
Where would you like me to sit?
Oh, you can come sit next to me over here.
Okay. Right. So,
how can I help you?
I wanted to know. Stark suggested that you might be able to help me with a problem.
Oh, what's that?
Is there a way, or is there a spell or something that I can learn that would get enemies to attack me?
Definitely.
So that if we're in a group of them, I can call them all to me so that they focus on me, and my squad has a chance to actually take them down in a safer way. Because I'm able to handle the hits, and the problem that I'm having is that they've gotten smarter.
That's true.
And they're ignoring me, and they're going for my squad mates, and we're ending up in a...
One moment.
Okay.
Hi. This will only take a moment.
Are you free?
I am. I'm just quickly going to discuss some training with Lila, and then I'm able to talk. If you want to come in.
I will stay away then. No, she does not like me.
Oh. Are you going to wait in your office?
Yes, it would be best if I stayed away. I do not wish to agitate the Cadet.
Okay. I'll see you soon. Alright, sorry about that.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt anything.
No. That's fine. He can wait. There is a way, actually. It's provoking feelings by focusing your desire and negative feelings towards them. You're able to get their attention to a point so they can't think about anyone but you in front of them. And it's all based on manipulating the feelings of not only yourself but the opponent.
Okay, is it easy to learn this?
It might take some
I have no
time
idea
to
about-
master.
Where do I even start?
It takes being able to, when you're in battle, feeling the overwhelming urge to protect mixed with your inner rage. And it's being able to project it towards who you're trying to get the attention of.
Okay.
It's a small charm in a way.
Right. I think I get it. So
we could practice in here sometime. We could have some people come in here, and you can have maybe 3 people, and they're all trying to get the attention. And then you could practice using your skills that we're going to train to have them focus on you and not them. And we can start out small. Maybe get some twig bites or something.
Yeah, I didn't think it would be so simple.
Well,
not simple, but
it is something
thought
that
it was something
it's
that
almost a minor charm in a way. It's one of the easiest to master because focusing rage towards someone, getting their attention, even with, you could even add outside of magic, even you can get their attention by body language, by using words. There's a lot to do. There's a lot you can learn to master it.
would love to start whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Is there anything I should work on in the meantime?
I would say, honestly, I would say, see if you can find a twig bite or something. And focus how your desire for them to attack you. Screaming works. Being loud. Using your loud voice.
What does it feel like to have that control over something?
It's a rush. It's a rush of power that you have to make sure doesn't get out of hand.
Right.
Because if it gets out of hand, it could send you into a frenzy. And you don't want that.
Yeah.
It's a fine line we're going to have to walk at first.
Have you ever had an instance where something went wrong, I guess?
Well, I wouldn't say wrong. It's just one time someone took over more than they could handle. They provoked an entire little army that was coming their way.
And
they couldn't take all the
deal
hits.
with-
Yeah, they took on more than they...
Right.
It's easy to feel, when you're feeling that empowered, to feel like you could take a whole army on.
Yeah.
So you have to be very careful and mindful of the situation so it doesn't get out of hand. Especially if you don't have the right resources with you to heal or help.
Right, that could be dangerous.
But
is
this
it
is
something that can be used frequently, or I guess should I work on? Do you use mana to call forth this control?
Yeah.
Is that where it comes from for you?
Yeah, the slight charm that you're using. It doesn't take much. Because it uses a combination of things. Your mana, your body language, your voice. It's all combined into one. So it's a fine tuning of mastering all these abilities. So you're able to efficiently grab the attention of the enemy and make them focus on you. Make them not want anything else but to attack you, but to hate you.
So could I maybe channel it into, I don't know, like a shout, like a chant or something that would compel their attention and then get them to focus?
Yes, I use my. That's
If
how I
it's
use my
magically
spells.
charged, I guess.
Using your voice is very effective.
Have you?
It'll get to them through multiple senses.
Do you think you could show me how you do it one time?
Sure.
Not now if you don't want to, but
sure.
Maybe just eventually. So I get a better understanding.
Yeah, I will. Maybe we can work on it tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd love that. I'm a visual learner, so if I see an example, I have a better understanding.
Yeah, I'll ask around and see if anyone's willing to be provoked by you.
Could I ask someone?
Sure. Anyone
So
you're
that
comfortable with.
Make sure that, yeah. Probably my brother, maybe.
Yeah, that sounds good.
It feels safest. Okay.
And if
I'll talk to him about it.
And I can always, if things get out of hand, use the chromatic glass. So we'll be safe in here.
Right, okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
I appreciate it.
I'll look at my research tonight so I can better help you.
Okay. That sounds great. I'll work on kind of focusing and channeling those feelings in the meantime.
Yeah, do that.
So.
Get ahead of the game and practice.
Okay. Should I look for you tomorrow or?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll
Good
find
luck,
you.
Lila. I'll see you soon.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
Hi, Lila. I'm excited to work with Lila. I haven't gotten to talk to her character hardly at all. Hey, Albrecht. Sorry to keep you waiting.
It's alright.
The student
I would
really...
have come in and spoke then, but
Yeah.
as I said, the cadet does not like me.
I know a lot of them are on edge after what happened. How are you feeling?
So let's see. Tired.
I know.
And you?
I am feeling a little less tired. Haven't completely recovered yet.
I see. Have you been filled in on what's taken place yet?
No.
No, I assume you haven't.
No.
Then I will take on the unpleasant duty of doing so.
Alright.
I've conducted several experiments locked in my office. Kept my door warded so no one could come in or get out. It was important for me to see what is happening with my mana.
Yeah.
You see, something that many of the staff and students do not know is the last day at Fort Kari. While I was taking a walk trying to clear my head outside the walls, I was assailed by my own clones.
Oh no. Your body's attacking itself.
This led me to believe, yes, this led me to believe that perhaps I do not have full control over my mana, and it's entirely possible that it has become tainted.
Definitely.
I was very concerned.
I knew that.
I ran a couple experiments here, and it wasn't quite what I had thought initially. No. Unfortunately, it has confirmed some other suspicions, but it is not my mana that is tainted, but a shard of the darkness that resides within me.
Yeah.
At this point.
I still sense it.
Unfortunately, it is not tainting my mana. It is co-casting.
Oh.
It is drawing upon my own mana reserves and my own knowledge.
It's very dangerous.
The two experiments that I had run with the headmaster's express permission was I summoned some of my clones. One, I should say. Without giving it commands to see what it would do.
Oh.
If there really was something else issuing commands, perhaps it would make itself known. One was summoned. It began to wander my office, studied my things, my photos, walked over and looked at all my books. It regarded me with disdain, and there was a delay in it obeying my commands. Then suddenly a second clone appeared, one that I had not summoned, one that I had not created. The second one was there for a very short amount of time, but it did the same thing before turning to me and vanishing upon command.
It's terrifying.
After some time had passed, there was a strange feeling, and I had both Professor Carver here and
Good.
Madame Minerva just in case. This strange pull on my being, on my mana. I was being siphoned at an extraordinary pace. It was terrifyingly accurate. Suddenly, there was something. A cloud of dark appeared inside of my office, and from it a very amalgamated version of myself. Red-eyed, veins blackened, eyes darkened, skin pallor. There to taunt me, of course.
Yeah.
Taunt me of a future it wants, I'm sure.
It wants you to turn into that.
The worrisome part is it would not dispel. I gave it command after command, and it would not go. Eventually, I had to dig deeper than usual, and with a word of power, I sent it away, and it was gone. But
you're not going to be able to
it
do
was
this alone.
worrisome, to say the least. I have not been trying to do it alone.
I'm glad.
This being said, I had reported to the headmaster my findings. This was concerning to him as well, so we decided to go forward with another experiment. I decided that I would use the same spell to create my clones, however, I would say it in a fractured way. I would not give the words of power necessary for either its form or a command. It is a blank slate, a summoned illusion with no purpose and no form. This is where things got worrisome. Professor.
What happened?
While I had kept myself warded to ensure that I could not lash out if I felt the need to, and to keep myself separated from the mana that I store in all of my crystals, I had summoned them using this fractured command. The idea was, if it was a co-cast, without me consciously putting a mask over them, to make the mana look like what I wanted it to, if I did not do this, if I skipped this step, the mana would take on form of something else, what it actually was. Professor, in my room 3 illusions of members of the Church of Imra appeared, the very same that rule Concordia.
What?
The very same that are sending pilgrims all over the world. One and the same. Professor Carver and Madame Minerva were both witnesses. They walked around my room, studied my things, but then they congregated here at the map, looking at our continent.
Oh.
And apparently one of them looked at Carver and did the unthinkable. It spoke without command.
Seriously?
And it said, soon. And then they dissipated without a command.
It's a warning.
Or it is a misdirection.
Oh.
It is not a secret that I have said that I do not trust the Church, and I believe them to be connected with the darkness. This is not a secret. It is entirely possible that this is being used against me.
Religion's one of
I've
the
had time
easiest
to
to
think
be
it over.
corrupted in the world. It makes complete sense that the darkness would be they'd be thriving there.
My mind is strong, however. There is a reason why I have not succumbed yet. I have been at this practice a very long time, Professor. Longer than you have been born.
Yeah.
I have been doing this craft that I am a pinnacle in, and it requires mental fortitude that is insurmountable. I dare say it is the only reason why I am not worse for wear yet. I will
You're
not
holding
say
on.
I am winning. I am not.
I know.
But I am giving ground very, very slowly. I have been purposefully keeping myself dry of mana, putting my excess energy into these crystals, warding myself at night and sleeping with barely enough to keep the ward up. So if anything does happen, I would be easy to kill.
It's not going to come to that.
I suppose I should also mention that I am not really on friendly terms with Lorne Barnes any longer.
Really?
Really.
Doesn't he understand what's going on?
The first thing that Professor Barnes had to say to me was if I did not follow his commands or tried to leave the academy, he would murder me.
What?
Obliterate was the word he used. Yes.
I would never let
Very
that
much
happen.
so. Well, he seemed convinced of it. Because I told him I was a threat, I could be an unwitting spy, and I did not wish to remain on academy grounds, and I fully intended to turn myself into the CAF.
But
he
it's not your
interpreted
fault.
that, I'm sure, as me fleeing. No, it is not my fault, but if I was correct, which I no longer think I was because of this experimentation, I thought perhaps I might have been tethered to the entity itself, and then it would have seen through my eyes, heard through my ears. I would have been giving away the Academy secrets. I would have been an enemy, regardless.
Well, we're all here to make sure
Now,
things stay manageable. And I've told you multiple
you
times.
say that, Professor. But most of the professors here do not know what to do, and I've been conducting most of this experimentation on my own, through my own volition experience with the darkness. I will tell you the same thing, in layman's terms, that I told Professor Carver. I've been around a long time, and it is easiest to pose as a human because they are the least likely to suspect you for what you are. I was around during the First Dark War. I know what they are capable of, and I have seen it myself. I am no fool. I understand what goes into it, and I know how corruptive it is.
I do too.
That being said, I am not going to allow somebody to put me into a tube and watch me degrade. They do not
No.
know what they are doing. Either way,
But this is something that I think we can get you back on top of.
Professor Bliss, no one has ever been cured of the darkness.
I know that.
It can only be made to be dormant.
But just because it's still within you doesn't mean you don't have control over it.
This I know, but it will
You
not
can
be
use-
easy.
Anything, and I've said this to you multiple times. I will not give up on you.
You will forgive me, but the times you've said that to me, I was very much under the influence, and I'm sure my responses were not very becoming.
Even before all this happened. You're someone I respect, someone I admire. And no matter what happens, I'm gonna fight for you. I won't let anyone harm you.
I am not worried about anyone harming me. I'm confident that if I had to, I could kill all the professors on campus. But my concern is that if I lose this fight, I am an extraordinary threat. I will not be a threat to this academy or my colleagues. I've told the headmaster if it looks that way that he is to do what he must do and take my life at once. He has agreed. If it is necessary, he will ensure that I am not a threat to Ascension at all.
It's not gonna get to that point.
Regardless, I have contingencies in place. Just in case. I am a realist, Professor Bliss.
I know you are.
I would like to live. Yes, but in the case that I cannot, then it must be seen to. And the headmaster has dealt with it before, so I trust him. But for now, I will need you to work with me to try and gain ground, or at least halt it.
I will assist in this as much as I can. Anytime you need me to.
I know that you will.
I will fight for you, Albrecht. And with you.
And are you, Professor? I'm sure you know.
I do.
I don't do any of this of my own volition.
I know. I hate to see it. I hate it. Seeing you that way at Camp Kari, I just knew that it wasn't your fault, and just the feeling of dread, and I felt everything you were feeling, and I could hardly handle it.
Unfortunately, most of the cadets think me a monster. They have been avoiding me and do not wish to speak with me. A couple have come and talked to me, but not many. Cadet Zachary, while under the influence of the full moon, attempted to plunge a blade in my stomach and narrowly missed because I moved at the right moment. Things have not been good. I had already disliked Professor Barnes for his methodology and the way he spoke to me in regards to dealing with this subject, but I had found out that he had gotten Irinaria to try and shadow me.
Really?
He knows my weakness,
He does.
and he was ready to use it. I'm sure he heard what Carver said to me to set me off.
I think I was the only one there, actually. I heard everything you said, actually, too. About many lifetimes. I heard that.
I've been around a long time, Professor. I've seen many men rise and fall. Usually for pride.
Well, despite that, it's not important the things that I don't know about you. What's important is figuring out how to overtake this. And I will not.
So far, if I've
turn.
kept...
I'm not going to turn on you. I'm not going to end
I
your
know you
life.
won't, Lorelei.
I'd rather fight. I'd rather risk dying fighting it off than end it myself. I would never want to.
I am torn. I am grateful you feel this way. I am. But if I ever got to the point where the cadets are threatened, you would have to do your job. There comes a threshold where you can no longer save someone. If I cross that threshold, you must do your job.
I do have
We will do our best to make sure that doesn't happen.
a secret weapon that I don't talk about. I could let it. I could use it when the time comes. It's very strong mind control.
Do not tell me. Just in case it hears everything.
You're right. I won't discuss what I can do. And it probably listens at all times. It listens to all your conversations. Tries to find your weaknesses. It knows
The
what you
only good
desire.
thing is, Professor, is like I said, my mind is fortuitous. But it is exhausting.
I know.
And I am so very tired, I cannot even begin to tell you.
I know. If you ever need me for anything, even if it's just going and fetching you something or helping you fall asleep. I'm in your corner. And I will be. Nothing will change that.
Not many are.
I know. They don't understand.
Most of them just think it was me. The cadets, I mean.
They need to get better with their...
I can't tell them.
their reasoning skills.
Or we can't tell them what it is.
I know.
Professor.
They don't know much about it.
It'll cause a panic.
I haven't been able to tell them anything about the darkness since I've been here. That's why I was brought in. I haven't been able to tell them a thing.
A lot has been going wrong, unfortunately. I also think that there are a number of students affected by this as well, from the first year. A lot of them have similar symptoms, nowhere near as strong, but similar. I think a lot of our students may have shards within them. Not enough to be as pronounced as what I'm experiencing, but the roots are there. Must keep an eye on them.
They also don't have your power to worry about, you know. It being in you is much more dangerous.
Well, while this is true, Professor, there's also another aspect to it that you must take into consideration.
Yeah.
And that is, it may be dormant in them until they are powerful.
Yeah. They're waiting for them to be strong, just like Melanie's Dee was.
All that horrendous news aside, perhaps a small glimmer of good news that you could give me your opinion on.
Yeah.
Middle drawer of my desk. There's a paper in there, just pull it out.
Oh, Albrecht, that's so sweet. She would absolutely love this.
I have not shown her yet.
Oh. It's wonderful.
I don't know if I'm making the right choice.
You're, in my eyes, you're already her father. You don't need a paper for that.
I was. Long time ago.
What? That's her?
Yes.
This whole time it's been her? And you knew?
No.
Oh, I was like...
No. No, that would be entirely too scandalous.
I know you are, Father.
Hmm.
Sorry, with all the darkness, magic, and everything, anything's possible in my mind right now.
Yes, it is hard to be not so on edge with everything going on.
I know your family is beautiful.
But no. Oh, they were wonderful. My wife, Silabren, and my daughter, Aravella.
Beautiful names. I know you're an amazing father and husband. Very attentive.
So amazing, and yet I could not be there when they died.
You can't
I
always
spent
help
too
it.
long traveling. Over 100 years I was searching, trying to find an answer to the Elder Bloom. I had to watch them slowly decay over time. Their bones become brittle, their skin splotch, their hair fade, the light leave their eyes.
Is it the same that Rin has? Oh, so you've seen
Yes.
this before.
I have.
Did you ever find any leads on the cure?
No one has. It is just something that exists in our world without an answer. I spent so much time trying to find it that by the time I returned home empty-handed, they were both dead.
But you were fighting for them. If you just think about it this way, if you just sat there enjoying their time, sitting complacent, you would have blamed yourself even more for not trying.
That is a nice thought, Professor.
It's true.
But the fact remains, when they died, I was not there.
I know.
I suppose when Professor Carver said to me that I was a terrible father, it rang true.
No way.
And I realized he was not completely wrong. I realized that I had been hesitating. I know that Irinaria has wanted a family, and she reminds me so much of my daughter.
Yeah.
But I was never going to do it because I knew there was no point.
You should definitely do
Worried
this.
that I will repeat my past failures, of course.
You fought for them, Albert.
But after...
You fought for them as hard as you could.
After he had said what he did, I decided to try and change that.
That's good.
So,
But he was definitely attacking your
wrote-
insecurities.
I am not a man of many insecurities.
I know that. You're tenacious.
I will also tell you one other thing. Irinari has about 4 weeks or so.
What are we gonna do?
She has not told anyone. There is nothing to do, Professor Bliss. She will die. I could not be there for Aravella, and perhaps I can be there for Irinaria.
You've been for her in so many ways. You bring the light out in her eyes. You mean the world to her.
Then I shall be there when the light leaves hers.
Yeah.
I was just unsure if I should do it. Maybe she doesn't want it. Maybe she will see it as overbearing.
No, I think this is something she's wanted a long time. You should absolutely do it. There's not a question in my mind.
Perhaps you're right. Maybe. But the fact remains that what's done is done. There's really nothing much done about it, other than what I already have.
Yeah.
And hopefully, in doing so, I can make a difference. At least for her, maybe.
You've already made a difference in her life.
We will see.
You make her so happy. It's all you. You've done so much for all the students in this school. And I know with the current situation, it feels like they're all against you. But you've been an amazing leader, guardian, and father figure. It's something you're very good at.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah.
I must see to Professor Carver and begin Cadet Liang's training.
Okay. If you ever feel too tired, just let me know. I'll do it.
I will.
Good luck.
Thank you, Professor.
Poor Albrecht. That's so sad. I was crying. I couldn't help it. Oh my god. God, that's sad. Oh, God. Bliss has to take stuff like that. As much as she wants to break down crying, she can't. You know what I mean? Like, she has to stay strong for people. Because if you're sitting there crying your eyes out, it's like if you go to therapy and they're just like, oh, you know? Like, you have to, as much as she feels, because she's such an empath that she feels every sorrow he has. Like, when he was all corrupt at the camp, she could feel the cold, like, pain that he was feeling the whole time. And that's why she was so on edge. But she has to stay strong for them. She can't break down. Man, it sucks when there's not a cure for stuff, but it happens in real life too. That's so sad. I've never seen him make that sad look before. That broke my heart. Poor Albrecht. My character is literally the kind of character, though, if someone was trying to kill Albrecht, she would try to save him and fight that monster inside of him until she died, probably. Like, she fights hard for other people. Thanks, Kara. She would never turn against him. Even if he was, like, going out of his mind crazy. Because she knows it's not his fault. And she wouldn't be able to forgive herself if she had killed someone that was innocent. Yeah. I actually messaged Stealth. He told me he was going to talk about it with me soon. He was going to talk about me. It was the day I got partner. And we were going to get in a call together, but I got partner. So, you know. Yeah, I know. Oh, God. Hi. Sorry. I was just having a moment to kind of relax. Are you doing okay?
What does this mirror do?
Oh, well, sorry. For now, I use it to allow the students to look at themselves, to really get a look at what they're doing and achieving, to promote confidence, to let them feel vulnerable. I'm able to enchant it later if I need to, though. To be able to do different things. To be able to convince them they see certain things in the mirror. But I probably won't do that for a while. There's already enough to worry about. They're enemies. They're inside their inner turmoils, their conflicts. They'll be able to face it with the mirror. They'll be able to see exactly what they fear looking back at them. It makes it easier to get over things when you're staring at them face to face. Knowing they can't hurt you. So you told me you had something to tell me?
Yep.
You want to come take a seat over here?
Mm-hmm.
Did she just respawn? I think she respawned. I think she actually respawned. Was she just trying to sit? Totally, that's totally what happened. Poor Albrecht, he broke my heart. Albrecht broke my heart. I'm gonna turn on the calming candles. Oh god. I know sometimes when you say it, you teleport. Here, Kyle, put some calming candles on. It's okay. Just breathe them in. Feel the calm.
They actually don't really work on me.
Pretend they're working. Mental. If you convince yourself mentally they'll work, just use your mind power.
I don't know why. I don't know why the teleportation is so fucking close to each other.
Sometimes you try to sit and you just teleport.
I know. It's like, sorry, bitch, you acted too thick. You're gonna like break the chair, so you're gonna teleport instead.
No, sorry, I had a like eject button, eject feature.
Yeah, I got temporal fucked. That's what happened.
Just in case, I put an eject feature in my couches so I could send people flying if I need them out of here, you know.
I think my hands are clear of any ejection.
So what did you want to tell me?
So, the good news is, I will be able to... One second. Hair in my face, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So, as I've been operating right now, I've been at about half power. Physically and mentally.
No. Why?
When my species loses part of their emotions or needs to... part of my emotions had to take a backseat. Mostly the positive ones, since whenever I went into Professor Carver's mind, he didn't trust me, as I had told you. And with my species, that basically means every single time I went into his brain, which was dozens of times, every time I went into his mind to help him to find Aizen, Shizuko's brother, to get to the root of the problem when it came to his night terrors, save Shizuko, and inform Aizen of what happened. Were you familiar with that story?
No.
At Camp Kari, I believe it was, Shizuko was healed by Speka, and Speka is a necromancer, and necromancy is poisonous spirits, and she got necromancy poison. Now, around the same time, Aizen thought the connection between Shizuko and Professor Carver. It's believed at the time that Aizen thought that Professor Carver was holding Shizuko hostage, and
who's Aizen?
He was the reason that she was in pain. Aizen is Shizuko's brother.
Oh.
See, Shizuko, when she was much younger, got lost and fell into the void, where she was lost for nearly 1,000 years before she came back. Now, the first time her brother is able to feel her was when she's dying. And somehow he made his way into Carver's mind, thinking that Carver was the one hurting her. Does that make sense so far? Okay, I thought you had more information, so I apologize if I'm skipping ahead.
Sorry, I've never heard that before, yeah.
So, I can hide my presence when I go into someone's mind, unlike a spirit, unlike most spirits. So, if someone else, Shizuko, wasn't able to fully, but if another spirit went in, it would tip off Aizen and he would think something was worse and may retaliate harsher on Professor Carver. So, when I went into his mind, it was to help him basically help him understand that he is, like, I forget the term now, it's been so long, but to help him understand that he was dreaming, that these nightmares and these visions had no power over him, and connect directly to Aizen, to let him know the truth about what was going on with Shizuko. Because if we waited too much longer, Shizuko had a very good chance of dying. And it was only me going into the mind that eventually led to us being able to make contact with Aizen and let them all communicate with each other. And we were able to save Shizuko, and at least a portion of whatever Carver was going through at the time. So that's why I went into the mind. Now, with my species, we don't have the full reign that spirits do. Spirits are much more attuned to this plane. It's still unfamiliar to me and not something that I can do easily. I have to be fully rested. I have to physically be holding the person I'm going into the mind of, and they have to trust me. If I go into the mind of someone I'm not welcomed with, the more unwelcome I am, the more likely it is that I could die. So if I were to go into a mind I'm not welcomed in,
You should definitely ask.
I could cease to exist forever.
Did you ask Carver before?
Trusted me. Yes. He said he trusted me, but he didn't truly trust me.
Maybe he wasn't sure himself. You
can't force someone to trust you. You can't threaten or guilt them. There's no way around around it. If he didn't trust me, he didn't trust me. But
maybe he felt vulnerable.
it wasn't just his. Yeah, but he seems to have no problem being vulnerable around other people.
I wouldn't say that. He's a very guarded person. You can't get through to him easily.
Mm-hmm.
He's stuck in his own
No,
mind.
you can't get through to him easily at all. Yeah. Trust me, it's chaos in there. When I went into his mind, every time I went in there, it was like my entire body was getting pricked by a million needles over and over and over. And that took a toll on me. And even though we were able to save Shizuko before you even got here, or Professor Albrecht did, I was still feeling the after effects and battling to see if I could save the part of myself that was, well, going bye-bye.
Yeah.
Does all that make sense so far?
Yeah, it does. I'm sorry you're in a weakened state.
Honestly, it's hard to string sentences together sometimes. Like, I feel like I'll be talking and then I'll zone out and then I'll pick up where I left off, or I'll miss. Excuse. Sorry?
What was the good news in all this?
The good news is I may have found a way to get back to most of what I was before this happened. That means my strength back, my full speed, stamina, durability, emotional stability. But it won't
Hey, Scoot!
be the same.
Good to
If
see
you need
you.
a
I
moment,
love you.
I heard a gasp. I got you.
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. I was just breathing in the breathing in the fumes.
Oh, hell yeah, whatever that is, that's good. You go. You should take your time.
The oxygen's thick. Gas air.
Yeah,
we're thick
it's not the
we're
oxygen
thick air.
It's not the oxygen that's
We're
thick,
so
my
thick
dear.
we're making the oxygen thick air.
Yes. And yes.
I thought I muted before I gasped.
I think I figured a way to get myself back to most of what I was before all of this happened. Because I miss being able to have a conversation without getting confused or lost. I find even when I'm talking to myself that I'm missing places or I'm jumping ahead, and I feel like that's not good. I can write and do my job phenomenally, but having a genuine conversation, I'm all over the place, like playing a game of ping pong.
If you ever needed me to calm your mind so you can think clearly, remember I could do that for you.
Unfortunately, that won't really work with my species.
It's worth a try.
I don't operate like a normal human or any being really from this plane very easily. My soul and most of what makes up me is actually tethered to my home realm, protecting Crystal by my family. So very few things, charms, enchantments, anything to affect my soul is very, very hard to do.
Hope you had a good stream, Scoot. You're the best. I'm gonna sing with you guys tomorrow. I think we can find a way.
I would welcome the try, but it's also not considered my species communicates through emotion. We don't have a spoken word. Emotion is the best common word I can think of that is even remotely close to how we communicate. And because we communicate through emotion, it's not considered
I just had a
cause
really sad
to
conversation
have
with another
any
professor.
emotion
Whew, it was sad.
altered or manipulated, even if it's for
He's adopting someone who's
a
about to
good
die.
cause. Even motivation through words is, depending on how the words are spoken, can be seen as crime. I genuinely see the benefits of your charm magic and everything for it, but it's very much against
what
my people believe.
Not only do I have charms, but I can also use hypnosis in a way. And if you believe that it's working.
For my species, the thing that is the most powerful is your genuine emotions. The aura of someone genuinely trying to help you and generally trying to do something
I just
for
heard someone
you
banging on my door, I think. That freaked me out. I heard someone on my door.
more powerful to us than any type of spell or charm. Because it's natural.
Yeah. I think we'll be able to find a way to help you. There's so many undiscovered, untapped things here.
Now, the price I'm going to have to pay to get that back
Nominally.
is acceptance.
Yeah. From him or just in general?
No, nothing to do with him. I have to accept the fact that part of me is, if I were to keep on going as I am,
yeah,
when my time comes, whether I go back willingly or my body is destroyed and my soul returns back to my home plane, I would get those emotions back with the help of my family. If I decide to stay here and accept what happens, then they'll be lost forever. But I'll be unified again. So I'll forever lose a chunk of myself.
Well, in my eyes, it seems like...
in order to become whole.
Yeah. In my eyes, living this way, living half yourself, is definitely the worst option. So even if you lose a part of yourself, that doesn't mean that you're not able to continue on. This is something you should accept. Otherwise, you're holding yourself back.
If I accept it, I lose my self-worth. I'll physically be incapable of feeling worthy or that I'm enough.
You could gain that back, though. That's something that can be learned.
Unfortunately, it can't. The only thing I can do, and like I said, as optimistic as people are, this is a species thing. There are physical limitations to it. I have to replace
self-worth can come in a lot of different emotions. Exactly.
It's all intertwined like a spider's web. So I'm trying
pride,
to
you have
get myself
positivity.
Not pride. Pride is not considered the best amongst my people because pride leads to
I know
many dark emotions with our species.
But what I'm trying to say
Although
is you can use a combination of different emotions to emulate a feeling of self-worth, even if it's not there.
That is my plan. The best that I'm able to intertwine together is knowing when someone needs my help and when my help is desired. Or when I am desired or genuinely needed, whether it be a simple task or through friendship. It's not able to completely fill that hole, but it may be enough. It's just once I accept it, it's gone forever, and I can't get it back. So it's good news, sad news, kind of thing. Unfortunately, I would like to explain this to you again once I am in my right mind.
Okay.
If you would humor me again. I'm
Come back to me
doing my
whenever.
best, but because multiple emotions inside me are trying to talk at the same time. So when I pause, it's because I'm trying to listen to another opinion, another side of me. And it's immensely frustrating to talk, let alone put someone through listening to me.
Yeah.
I'm going to try and, over the next couple of days, through heavy meditation, get to where I need to be. Because now, more than ever with the students, especially Professor Albrecht,
I know.
I'm going to need to be at top strength.
That's what I've been trying my best to do as well. That's why I took a few days off, because my energy was physically completely emptied. If I had taken on any more, I would have gone unconscious for who knows how long. Expended all my energy.
Yeah. Yeah, I passed out a couple of times at camp too. It's a weird feeling.
Yeah.
To pass out without actually waking up being rested. I'm sure you know the feeling.
Yeah. We have to be their support. Especially when, with what Albrecht's going through, people aren't going to be trusting him now.
A lot of people do still trust him. It's just that they're more worried than anything else. They actually really care about him.
He seems to think a lot of the cadets don't trust him, as well as Professor Barnes. But Professor Barnes hasn't known him as long as we have.
Professor Barnes does have logic to what he is saying. It's just that it's going about it in the wrong way. Involving Rin. It's not okay. Not okay.
Yeah. Well, whenever you feel like you want to talk to me again about this, when you have a clearer mind, I'll be here to listen.
It would be nice to be able to talk without feeling like I'm going in circles, yet backtracking in a maze that's moving at the same time as I am when it comes to conversation.
Yeah, I understand.
It's very frustrating.
I understand. She crashed? What's more frustrating, that or crashing? She done crashed. Professor Albert. Oh, thank you, Locke. Anyways. She crashed, you know, sometimes you just crash. What can you say? You know? But anyways, for those of you guys seeing this for the first time, this is a military, like Harry Potter-esque academy RP. I'm a teacher that does I'm a teacher that teaches charms here, and I'm kind of like the support for a lot of people as well. And I'm
Professor, what if you will?
fucking shit. Okay. God, does he do that on purpose? What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. I had my conversation with Arenaria.
Oh, how did it go?
Seems she took it very well.
I'm so glad.
It would seem.
It's great to hear. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Well, I told her to give it a day, really think it over. so she said she will give a definitive answer tomorrow since I want her to wait.
It makes me so happy to hear.
As do I. Now I just must steel my heart for what I know is to come.
I know. But this is gonna mean the world to her. To know you're there fighting for her.
Good. Then I'm doing my job.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what Professor Carver is? I need to start training Cadet Leanne.
I haven't seen him. I was just having a long conversation with Minerva, actually. I just left my office.
Everything all right?
She's been going through a lot as well.
I know. I'm sure some of it has to do with what weight I put on her shoulders as well.
It's something to do with her species.
Yes. We find solace in each other.
Yeah. We
Neither
need
she
each other.
nor I are of this plane.
I know. Wait, you're not from this plane as well. Where are you from?
That, my dear, is a private conversation for another time.
Okay. I'll be glad to get to know a
Even
little
so.
more about you.
I take solace in the fact that we both know that we are not alone in that respect.
Mm-hmm. I'm from the Hell Plane, technically, I guess. Even if I wasn't raised there.
You forgive me. When I say plane, I mean this world.
No, yeah.
Everything that is attached to it is foreign to us.
Oh, yeah. You look like
again.
you've adapted well, at least. I would never have known.
I am a pinnacle in illusionary magic.
That's
I
true.
would hope so. Otherwise, I've been doing very poorly.
Well, you fooled me. You seem to know a lot about everything.
Not everything. I'm not a genius by any means. I've just observed a lot.
Yeah.
That's all.
You have a lot of wisdom. But you're also smart, too.
I try. I do try. I do. Now, I must find Carver.
If I see him...
Do me a favor if you feel like it.
Yeah, of course. What do you need?
If you could check up on Irenaria.
Yeah. Also, maybe at some point we
That
could
would be
talk
grateful.
about... I was concerned about the whole Carver's mental state thing.
That I do not have answers to.
I feared that might be the response you gave me.
Had that energy not appeared from within him, whatever it may have been, he would have been very dead. He was too far gone at that point.
Yeah.
Whatever it was a failsafe.
That's
I'm
good.
unsure. It is good, but it is also bad. It's been causing fits. If you keep your eye on him, you'll see over
Oh, I
time
saw.
he is, yes, something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I'm gonna be watching closely. It's good to see she's running around more. At
I
least.
suppose I should.
Yeah, I'll let you go
Yes.
find Carver, and I'll go check up on Ren.
Of course. Thank you, Lorelei.
Of course.
Truly.
Anything you need, just let me know, okay?
And I you.
Thank you, Albrecht.
Of course.
So the backstory is he literally... Okay. There's a lot. Yeah, he's great, right? His voice is great, right? Well, okay. So he's... The backstory with this guy... I need to find her before she gets too far away. He got cursed by this darkness that's taking control of him. He's very powerful. He's lived for years and years and years. I'm slowly starting to learn about his who he is. Where'd she go? Basically the girl I'm trailing right now, I'm trying to find her. She has this disease, this curse. She's an elven girl. She has a curse that's killing her, and she only has 4 weeks to live. And he sees her as his daughter. And today he showed me that he has adoption papers. So he asked if she wanted to be adopted by him. So, where'd she go? Maybe she went on the roof. I'm pretty sure I saw her go up the stairs. Oh. Dude. I don't know what that banging was earlier. But I do not like hearing that. Whatever that was. I did not like that. If I get murdered, knock on wood, I don't want to get murdered. I'll adopt anyone for 4 weeks. Kidnapped? Oh no. Not. Whoa! There's a lot of people. Let me tell.
Keep to your personal spaces, please. I'm not dealing with this right now.
What if I walk in now?
Do it, pussy. Do it, pussy. Do it.
Roll. Roll.
Why do you want me to roll? This is fucking
Roll.
solid
Not
dirt.
in
your condition.
Do it. Do it.
That's not the wisest idea.
What, you think I can't?
You think I can't?
Do it. No, you can't.
The things
You
I
can't
do
it.
for this
It's
man.
impossible.
I would.
Rin, I'm really sorry.
I
To,
think smooth it
I'm
would
really
work.
sorry to tell you this, but you're probably more of a cripple than I am. Just
Do it.
Do we want to change that?
Oh.
You can't kick me with that. That's not gonna. That's gonna.
I didn't say anything about kicking.
It's alright.
You'll be
Yeah.
pretty impressed. It's impressive, I'll tell you.
So you're just a cat.
I'm not
No, my
heavy, I got
mother.
2 of 'em.
My mother taught me this one. It's for picking up chicks. What you do is you walk about this distance from her, and you wave, and then she doesn't respond. So you just fucking.
Did it work, Ryder?
And then when they question you, you remind them that was all fucking linoleum.
Alright, gotcha.
There was so much carpet and I missed all of it.
I'm sorry. I hope you're
How are you gonna roll around in this state? That's just not wise.
You quit.
I need to pay rent. Professor Founder, if you have a moment.
What is going on?
Should we just keep tossing the badge from instructor to instructor?
Please keep your hands off each other and, as you were.
I did. But if you say
You
as you
were,
were,
sir.
that means we go back to putting our hands on each other.
Please don't antagonize anybody. Please don't kick anyone in the dick. I have other things to do. Please.
Kick anyone in the dig.
This is a serious military.
Don't give her the
battle.
idea.
Yeah. I will kill myself. Alright.
Please. It's really dark.
I.
He's joking.
Jesus fucking Christ.
He's been through a lot lately. Don't listen to him.
I just.
I thought insult something you never had to begin with. Him.
I challenge you to a duel with chess.
Okay.
How are things going with you?
Don't waste time.
Well, I come back, I find out that one's half crippled, the other one's legitimately half crippled, and then, well,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's been a lot of pain
You are stupid.
inflicted.
That's about, the best assessment you can give there, tiny one.
Look, you so what?
Seriously?
What?
You really don't know your own squad mate.
My own squad mate? Which one? What are you talking about? Who, what?
Oh,
I
God.
don't think he actually heard you.
Oh. Tiny ears.
He rolled on the ground.
Sorry.
What is happening? I don't understand. Why are we talking about my squad?
Stupid.
You're welcome for the ammunition.
With his own sort of prerogative here. What is it? I don't understand.
Why are you guys arguing? Why are you two arguing now? Ren, are you arguing with everybody that wants to argue with you?
No, I'm not arguing with anybody. I'm not arguing with anybody. I'm not arguing.
Look at you. You're
You just
naturally posed
stand
in
there.
that position.
Tiny and adorable.
Don't startle me.
That means war. There we go. A little less aggressive.
No, we don't need to do that right now. It's good.
I can't reach
you. Huh?
I love this place.
Why not?
Oh, okay.
It's right there.
Oh, Ren, why are you fucking big?
Good, Mr. Nerva. Good.
What?
What? Okay.
Hold your cane back so you can dance.
Give me the cane and there's next. I'm being
You got it then.
Who do I want to talk to now? I want to talk to Willow.
I think it would have come in handy with the last conversation.
Yeah, maybe it'll come in handy dinner time.
Maybe it'll
Can I
come
talk
in
to you?
handy when you lose.
How are things? Hi. Yeah, I was going to ask you how you've been.
Gonna come in handy then, is it?
Lead the way, please.
Okay.
Whichever direction.
Let's
I don't care.
let's go. Let's go to my office. Have you seen my office?
Oh. No, actually, I haven't yet.
Come look at my
And,
office.
You were,
seen who?
Cadet Melanie went to.
Yes, they just went through a portal
No,
with
Joseph.
with Joseph. I'm not sure where they went though.
Hold on, I've got
Okay.
No. There you go.
Come check out my office.
We can visit your. Right, yep, we can do that.
1 minute, they said. Right.
Conveniency. There you go.
Yep.
Exponentially take
Thanks for pushing the button, Carver. Thank you. You're so good at pushing buttons.
After them, after the yard they've taken, they take a mile.
So good at pushing buttons, you are, Carver.
Damn.
What was that? Welcome.
Oh, look at that.
I left the
Fancy and perfumated.
Yeah, I left the calming spray on. I was talking to Minerva. She was a little but then she told me, "Do you want to see what all my stuff does?"
Sure, by all means, give me a tour.
Okay, well, so I have all my candles that I've made over the years that have different properties. These over here, I keep these behind my desk because they're my Dom candles. They make me feel more powered and intimidating, so I can actually be intimidating if I need to get onto a student.
Right.
These are my aphrodisiac candles.
Gonna just take a step right over here.
Yeah, do you know what they do? You know what they do.
I would assume by the term aphrodisiac, yes.
Okay, cool. I don't have to explain. These are my calming candles. This is what I have running through right now.
You left on.
Yeah, any I put through my system, they fill the room up. It's useful for evoking certain feelings. These over here are repelling candles used to repel monsters or unwanted guest people. Mm-hmm.
Good.
These right here can be used to help aid in sleep.
Very nice. Very
Yeah.
lovely. I'm sure Joseph might get a kick out of that at some point.
Yeah, he needs a sleep boy.
That, and I think having to walk all the way up to a tree house is a bit daunting every day.
Yeah, definitely. And these are to cause aggression.
Let's keep those away from Carver and Albrecht for now, shall we?
Yeah. I'm sure you heard about all that. Do you still want your...
Oh.
But as long as you've been gone, I think Mel and Carver have settled their differences.
They did, and, well... I'm no longer allowed to assist in any of the, issues with, it.
Oh yeah, you heard about that, right? Did she ever
Yeah,
tell
it's
you?
in the tiny little thing around her neck, yes.
Yeah, that happened right here in my office. Still frightened me because he pulled his gun on her. But I had to trust him.
It's fine, if I was here, I'd probably trust him as well.
He seemed to know what he was doing.
Aye.
And it worked.
Seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders. I'm glad it did.
Yeah. How do you feel about everything going on, about Albrecht?
I see the different coloration change in his dispersal of his illusions. That I'm not sure what to pinpoint on that manner and how it smells. The look is definitely dark and dingy. Though, I have to say, Joseph smells and reeks of death. And apparently I've been told that he also was inflicted with whatever it was.
It's possible that he also has some of the darkness inside of him. Just the darkness can't use him as much as other people. So it's not making itself known.
That's like trying to take over a new baby calf that's barely learned how to walk.
Exactly.
Pointless.
Albrecht, on the other hand, is immensely powerful.
Aye, he is. He's a definite decent contender when it comes to combating those of us. But I'm sure with your combined efforts of sleep and calming candles, he could probably knock him out in one good fell swoop.
Yeah.
Either that, or you could generate enough sex appeal in that man that he would just have so much frustration he'd pass the fuck out. Because for some reason, I feel like he reeks of virgin.
Carver?
That's just me, though. No. Albrecht.
Oh, no. He's had a family. He had a daughter.
Oh. Fancy that.
He's
Didn't
been
know
around
that.
a long time.
Wait.
Yeah, he had a whole family. Unfortunately, they passed. But they're in his office, even, if he ever invites you in there. Well, they passed in a tragic way.
Well, then life surely is a cruel mistress.
But he's far from a virgin, I think. That's me.
Having a family. Speaking of, you and Carver aren't... I'm surprised in the what feels like for me 6 months that I've been gone that you two haven't hooked up already.
It's like trying to hook up with a wall. A wall that gets flustered.
Turns red. Didn't
Blushing
know bricks
wall.
could change the shape. I was about to say I didn't know brick could blush. But alright.
Might as well. I mean, I'm very persistent. But do you understand? You saw that ghost, the ghost that took my first kiss. You saw what I had to go through with all that. Can you imagine my look that the person that I end up doing things with, Carver, forgets everything? My first time was forgotten. I'm cursed. I'm not allowed to love.
You are, dear. Just unfortunately not with a stubborn wall like that.
I do wonder if I should give up sometimes.
Don't. Well, you know, the world's your oyster. You could always try with someone of, you know, your own gender. There's that.
I don't know. I've never had an experience like that before.
Well, I suppose the next time we decide to go, hey, you know what? I do believe we are going to Aldoria, so I hear
Yeah.
elves are pretty fancy.
Yeah. Maybe I will keep an
And
open
they're
mind.
into some really fun stuff.
I've been curious about the fun stuff.
Mm.
I want to know all the things. I was hovered around the aphrodisiac candles, and now it's all I'm thinking about. Sorry.
It's alright, you're fine. That's why I took a step away.
Maybe we should walk this way, because I'm also near the aggression candles right now.
Yep, I was about to say.
Sometimes I just want to pin him down, you know what I mean?
Right. Dear.
I wouldn't do that, though, I
understand.
promise.
You're built up frustrations with a man.
It's been months! You know, even at the Camp Kari last week, I got into my bathing suit and I basically straddled him. And he kissed me on the forehead. Can you imagine?
That man does a disservice to human men.
Hello. Just talking about...
Am I interrupting something private?
No. Just talking about, walls that can blush.
Walls that can blush?
Yeah. I have weird, encounter some weird structures out there.
Walls
Right.
that can blush.
I'm just giving her some, well...
Do you mean vaginal walls?
Oh, right! That just escalated to a degree I didn't anticipate. Wow!
Proper terminology in Biology 101. There's nothing wrong with that term.
Not those kind of walls. Not even close. Quite the opposite of those kind of walls. It's quite the opposite.
Very, very opposite. And these walls happen to be very, very male indeed.
Yeah.
Oh, if you guys, you know what? I'm not going to say the term that I think you mean.
The proper term would be shaft. But no, nowhere near the genitals. Yet. We weren't getting there yet, but...
Oh, I was interrupting? I didn't know you. Okay.
Oh no, you know what? You can interrupt her and talk about genitals all you want. It's fine. If you, this is a safe, this place is full of aphrodisiac candles. I understand the urge. Hey guys.
Right.
We're talking about genitals.
I was giving her a bit of some relationship advice.
Nice to see you. Who rated it? Won't tell my Band-Aid.
The gentleman in question is very...
I can't wait to help Lila.
dense.
Hello. Nice to see you guys.
No, that's very, very dense like that.
Oh no, there's about 2. There's 2 now.
I'm pretty sure all of them are. Besides Willow.
Are they on this campus?
Well... I mean... It's... Once things escalate, or if they ever do, then it's worth talking about. Otherwise...
Oh my god, spit it the fuck out. I'm tired.
It's a long story. I will have to sit you down and talk about this.
I can take a guess because I came across something suggestive that I probably shouldn't have seen when we were at Camp Kari.
What?
Ooh.
What'd you see?
I walked in a door, I seen something I shouldn't, and I backed the fuck out.
Oh, you went
Grab
to...
some
Wait,
water.
did you go into the farmer's house?
I was looking for the farmer lady.
Oh. Well...
The one that we sat at the fountain with and talked about melons?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's a long story, but things happened
Got a
on...
nice rock.
Things happened on the beach a long time ago. things that weren't planned. Things that I've never
Sure,
experienced
let the
before.
fucker die. Should just let him die.
Things that I never experienced before. Things that...
Is that why you blackmailed me?
Blackmailed you?
When you threatened to tell Carver before I was ready.
Oh. That was me teasing you. You think...
I would consider that blackmail.
I wouldn't have really told him. I was only trying to give you confidence.
Well, no, it really felt like you were genuinely going to do it.
Of course not. I was only
Well, I didn't
teasing
know
you,
well
saying...
enough at the time.
Oh. I was only teasing you.
Yeah, that's
saying...
considered blackmail where I'm from.
Oh.
Telling someone that you're going to divulge their emotions before they even have a chance to truly understand what they are is treason and punishable by death.
Oh gosh, no!
So I took what you said
God, no!
as blackmail and as a threat.
I was just trying to say, I'll
do as much as possible in a work
You felt like
environment.
that.
I'm only now.
I was trying to give you the courage because you were so scared and you wanted to tell me your feelings for so long.
The thing is, if you remember me telling you, I didn't know what they were fully. That's why I was trying to figure it out.
Well,
because his mind complicated things. I liked him
The
less
thing
being in
is-
his mind, actually.
The thing is, not only have I not...
Why did I think... I don't know why I went to advice. No offense, but yeah, believe it.
I was about to say...
I literally told you how... Like, it's my fault. I shouldn't have thought that you would understand the emotional needs and the complications of a relationship or sexual attraction because I literally told you how to go fuck yourself and I drew you pictures.
Yeah, but, you know, I am a very forward person. I put myself what I would do in your situation. Those were nice pictures, by the way. I still have them.
Thank you, I'm really
But
good at... Do you
I will
really?
say,
Oh,
yes.
Have you your educational book?
I'm good. I have several children.
Oh. Okay. Well, I will say that
no,
if I were in your
consider it
situation,
blackmail.
I would have done that. I put myself what I would have done. And I only said that because you seemed like you wanted to, but you were scared. So I gave you the push. A playful
I was scared
push.
because I didn't know what the emotions were.
You seem, well, because you had been talking to me so much, saying how much you were in love with him.
And that's why it kind of spiraled out of control. And I came up with nicknames in my brain for you because I was really angry at you.
Oh. Well, it sounds like a misunderstanding.
Whenever I noticed that Carver let you charm him within a couple of days of knowing him, I felt like maybe you did that on purpose. Like you
No.
purposely did that to get me out of the way.
No
because
way.
I
didn't think I was going to do anything with Carver. The stuff that happened with Carver was very unexpected. And let me tell you,
I apologize that in my mind I called you something very, very horrible.
it's okay if you thought I was trying to hurt you. I understand.
I called you... Okay, your name is Lorelei Bliss. So I emphasized the lie, took out the bliss, added a bitch, and I called you Horrorlie bitch in my mind.
Oh.
And I'm sorry.
I've never
and
had
the
sex
only reason
before.
I'm telling you this... I know, well, the only reason I called you Horrorlie bitch and that I'm telling you I called you Horrorlie bitch, because if you think evil thoughts about someone or bad thoughts about someone and you harbor emotional ill will towards them, whenever you come to an understanding, it's considered honest. Even if it hurts the person, it's considered like you have to know what the person was thinking, because I can't just like pretend I didn't think bad things of you, but I want to know that I did, and I'm admitting to them, and I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. I understand. And I'm sorry that I ended up... Carver, we didn't... But... The situation...
It's dumb as fuck.
The situation... The situation...
You touch his cheek and he'll freak out.
He saved me from the ghost, and then we got intoxicated.
The ghost?
Yes, a ghost kissed me. A ghost pirate was wooing me. I've never been wooed before by any man. And a ghost pirate took my first kiss and then was trying to lead me off, saying the only way he could pass on from this world is if I fucked him.
How did he kiss you? I mean, how does that
He
even
made
work?
it work! Which meant he could make something else work.
That's a whole nother version of ectoplasm I never thought would come from a ghost.
Well, I was ready for it. And I almost did it because he made me feel bad and I wasn't sure.
You were ready for it?
Well, I thought I
I'm
was.
curious. Where were you ready for it?
Well, he took me to he was rushing it. He saw students coming. We were in the hot tub. I was like, no, we're not doing this. He was trying to quickly take my complete
Virginity.
my intact emotions.
Yeah, your virginity. Your virginity.
You wanted to bust your hymen in two. I understand. Now, where does Carver come into?
Well, for one thing, he
Say
followed us around to make sure I wasn't hurt, and then he saved me.
Stalked you.
Yes. No, he didn't stalk me. He thought.
He went to cuck him. He stalked you to cuck him.
No, he was worried. It was a pirate ghost.
So why'd you go out with the pretty pirate
Because
ghost?
he was so charming. I've never had any man come on to me before.
That might have been.
Not like
just
that!
A wee bit because of the intoxication.
Okay. Okay, so what happened next? Carver is stalking you around and he goes into cuck. What happens next?
Well, then we were drinking a lot. Willow gave some very strong Fey wine. Right?
You did what?
We wanted to try it.
Water down.
He only had a drop.
Carver's a
Hey, a
Mortal.
droplet. And it's watered down. Not enough to kill him. If he drank it straight, it'd have killed him.
Yeah, it was only a drop.
So you watered it down? What's your alcohol tolerance you've been bragging about this whole time?
I don't know, but it got him.
Okay. So he got the bravery juice, then what the...
Well...
Go. What happened after
He told me
got
I
the
was
bravery
beautiful.
juice?
No one's told me that before.
Duh. Have you look in your fucking mirror? Of
Well,
course you are, you dumb bitch.
I was told my entire
love you,
life
for
that
fuck's sake.
I was told my entire life that I was a gross monster demon. You don't know what that does.
Dear, you are anything but. You are a very, very lovely individual with a very, very delightful body to look at. Any man would be lucky to have you.
Thank you.
Even any woman.
Oh, thank you. Well,
I'm pan, I'll fuck anything. But, you know, standards.
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
No, wait for being upset at Carver to pissed. What did he do? Tell me what happened. You get your ass back here. You're not free from this. You walk. Listen, I'm gonna
What
bitch slap the
situation?
bark off you if you don't get back here. I'll bitch slap the bark off you. You get back here and you listen to this. This is half your fault.
Come on, seat. Let's go sit then, please.
Okay, come here.
I lose my shit. I feel like I'm about to face.
Anyway.
I can't shit or else I would have lost it already.
I also put, there's been other fluids on this couch. Not those kind of fluids, but like there was lots.
What the fuck are you doing?
No. They've been sanitized. Let's just say, never mind. Don't mind that. But anyways.
I never thought I'd say this, but I'm gonna sit in your lap, Professor Willow.
I'm a married man. There's another seat right over there.
I'm not sitting on you for arousal. I'm sitting on you for protection against whatever's on that couch.
It's sanitary now. Steel bled out and did lots of vomiting, but we cleaned it.
Oh, Steel? Oh, I'll sit down. I don't mind Steel.
Oh. Okay. It's good you don't mind Steel's fluids, I guess. Okay.
No, not at all. What happened?
Okay. Well,
Listen, I've seen that guy when he hulked out on that amethyst. I am fine by this.
Oh, okay. Well, then, gosh, don't say this to Carver. But anyways, hello. Welcome.
Hello, darling.
How are you doing, dear?
Oh, I have a candy for you again, sweetie.
What happened?
Well,
What happened?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, Mr. Albrecht just wanted Miss Bliss at the mining caves.
Oh, tell him we'll be there in 2 minutes.
Okay.
I'll be there soon.
We'll be there just as quick as whatever happened between you two. If you could pass that along, that'd be great.
It was actually not quick at all. It actually lasted a while, but the sad part was we didn't do the
They didn't go the whole 9.
we did everything else. But he
So you tasted him?
I did everything. Everything. Literally everything
So
else.
you tasted him and he tasted you, but you didn't do the...
I equated it to icing to him. He got really flustered about that.
Oh my god, do I have to say it, please? For the love of God, stop leaving it in connotations.
What?
Okay.
I don't like...
You did everything but get railroaded. Okay, I understand.
Railroaded? What?
Your vaginal walls did not blush, if you know what I mean. What
Well,
happened afterwards?
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say they didn't blush, but I'm saying what happened was he
His pee-pee only went in one hole.
yeah, but he forgot everything.
I'm gonna kill this motherfucker.
Come on, let's go. Let's see what Albrecht needs.
So I haven't been able to get away the feeling because I've never had lust feelings like this before, and they've been taking me over.
Listen, I'm so angry for you that if I had a penis, I'd fuck you good, my darling.
I was
Is that what you
about
do
to
when you're
say,
angry?
Why don't the two of you...
I'll fuck you.
Why don't the two
The
of you
problem
just
is-
experiment with one another?
Well, the problem is my eyes are
penis.
set on him. I can't get it away.
I can scratch him out for you.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't hurt anybody.
Right. In the meantime, ladies, let's go see what Professor
Okay.
Albrecht needs, and we can find a better resolution.
Lead me to
for
the
this
mining
one.
caves. I did not expect to have that conversation. I was trying to make it not as direct.
It's not. She didn't mean like
Yeah, I love.
the one that Carver's been talking out, or is it the one that's on campus?
I love how direct she is. Oh no, I hope Albrecht's okay.
Because if it's the one that's on campus, it's down up the road
I
here.
have a guess that it's over here.
The mining caves.
No, let's go to... Yeah.
I'm glad you guys are helping me because there's a lot of go.
Okay, let's go.
Albrecht?
In this way. Thank you.
I'm here, Albrecht.
We're drawing it out of him. It's exactly as I thought.
Which is?
The darkness.
Oh no.
For fuck's sakes.
That's what I had thought in the first place. Professor Bliss, you're going to have to do your work here. He is currently expanding as much mana as he can, weakening himself. But
Okay.
he's going to get stronger before he gets weaker.
Okay. Here I go.
Give him some time first. Prepare
Okay.
yourself.
I'm ready.
Does he need someone to fight against?
I'll be fine, madam. Just stand by.
I just fought him earlier to help out, and we were able to expel most of his mana. That is why I offered.
Unfortunately, he still has plenty within.
How many of them do you think have been affected?
I am unsure.
I have a bad feeling that Joseph was.
It's entirely possible.
And I couldn't even really detect his. It was so hidden in there.
It's unique to see with these eyes.
But also don't expend too much of your mana either.
I must to ensure that I stay in control.
Okay.
If anything happens, I'll be here to take him back to get his mana.
We may need all the professors, so it is good that you are present. We do not want to hurt the cadet.
This explains the whole Misty and him thing now.
It does.
It's very out of character.
Very much so.
And why he feels like a
Professor
monster.
Carver, you are too tall to be in front of me.
Because there's a monster inside of him.
Look at the other side.
He's starting to slow down a little, I think. Or it's going to get worse.
Define get worse.
Be careful.
Rogue shots. Careful. Powerful. Power that
Bliss,
should not be his own.
stand behind me. I don't know
His
how
eyes
double
have
your
shifted,
skin is, but mine is quite
Professors.
adequate.
I can turn into gas if I need to. He's approaching.
If he gets too close, I will restrain him.
You can restrain him and keep him from attacking me while I calm him down if it needs to happen. Does he have us in his sights? Is he wanting to attack us? It looks like, yeah, watch out!
Professors, now's the time.
Okay. Okay. Ah! I'm trying to get in. I'm in. Liang, listen to me. I know you belong to. I know you belong to somebody new, but tonight you belong to me. Slow your breathing. We're all here with you right now.
I'll be trying to get rid of it.
Let me take over in his restraints. He's familiar with me, and maybe easier, gentler.
Nor is any real danger of somebody being cured of such a thing.
I've got him firm. He will not be able to move.
But you do have
Liang.
the precious resources
Hey.
around that you can easily transfer.
You're back with us. It's okay.
I'll figure out if we can do it. It doesn't seem like it is the magic, it's the ice itself.
Anything else you need to do, Miss Bliss, let me know.
You just need to pay attention to me, Liang. Look at me in the eyes. Slow your breathing. We're all here with you. You're safe.
Trust me if I knew of an easier way, Professor.
I'm gonna hold his face towards you.
Your guess as good as mine. The best I can do is help seal.
Are you back with us? I'm having trouble. It's okay. It's okay. I might have to put him to sleep.
Make sure your skin doesn't make contact.
Liang, fight what you're feeling. We're here for you. Look at us.
Grabs his arm, moves it downwards.
I might have to just put him to sleep. Shut his mind down.
Do it.
Good night, my someone. Good night, my love. Sleep tight, my someone. Sleep tight, my love. Our star is shining, its brightest light. So good night, my love, boy. Good night. Good night. Good night.
Or keeping him.
She turns you over on your back.
Lorelai, are you alright?
And
It took away more energy than I thought I was gonna have to use.
I'm just gonna turn him over on his back and sit him up. Here, have them like
Assist the madame.
I can do it
He-
myself. It's okay. There we go.
He's actually resisting my charm, and I was using it at his full power. As much as
We
I
know
the strength I had.
concern. Do we know if ice is his only affinity?
As far as I know, but I could be wrong.
I know.
However, those colors, it's entirely possible his affinity has altered or changed.
I'm not as strong right now as usual, but that was not something he should have been able to fight off.
You. Find Cadet Vivina. Tell them to prepare medical. May need them.
He's passed out now, he's asleep. He shouldn't wake up for a while.
I need an attunement stone if we're to seal it away. Nice. Attunement bodies.
Yes. This was my other thought, but my concern was he had mentioned if he had been siphoned of too much of his mana, it could kill him. Something directly connected to him. I am unsure as to what.
It wouldn't necessarily seal everything away. He'd still be tied to it. It's just preventing him from, well, this.
Professor, are we that unsure?
Yes.
Because this scenario sounds a bit familiar.
Similar. Professor, if you could remove the cadets.
On his med squad, they should remain if possible.
Cadets, with me, please.
Actually, one is medical. Arbor, come here.
Yes, sir.
Might need medical to be on standby, just in case.
Hold on.
What? What is it?
Nothing. Just a little concerned, is all.
Duty first, questions later.
1 second. You're live. Right?
Yes?
I can break one of these attunement crystals to see if he has a different attunement.
If
I
you
can
think
find
it will help,
something else.
Professor, I would say yes. Do it.
Run and grab me a pickaxe.
Yes, sir.
Professor Bliss, maybe you should take one of those mana potions.
That's a good idea.
There are 2.
Oh.
Help yourself to one.
Willow, can you, do you mind holding me up?
Bye.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
2 good things have come from this. The first is that we have seen what we are actually dealing with, at least the face of it. The other is that we know, at least for now, it can be expelled and we can regain control. But this is a temporary measure. I'm still concerned. Very much so.
He did hurt me a little bit, but I was being careful. Like, I would be in my gas form, but I was afraid I was gonna fuck some shit up. Are you sure it's not gonna be needed for anyone else?
I will run and get another one. Take care of
Drink
yourself.
the whole thing.
Okay.
We may need you again.
Okay.
I'll be able to go back to my grove just fine. That back crystal over there, start hacking it away until you get a big enough piece for me. I'll need you.
How you feeling?
It's been so hard to even stand lately after I used those charms.
Just stand by.
Things have been very busy as of late.
Yeah.
I guess in the long run, it may not be a bad idea to exercise your own stamina.
You're right. I'm used to using my charms often. It's just,
Set it in the center.
I guess the element of darkness added to it has made it a lot worse. It's like I have to work 4 times as hard.
Your those you've been having to work on aren't exactly easy targets, easy scenarios.
There's something in there that I have to also
exert
charm.
a lot of energy.
Not only am I charming Liang, but I'm charming whatever's inside of him as well, and it takes a lot more power.
Attunements don't have much larger. This is a more refined, singular.
Same was
Well done.
Thanks,
Appreciate your
Carter.
help.
Thank you.
If there are any other attunements in sight, and they will show themselves.
This is so worrisome. I hope not. I hope there's not too many of them that are affected.
Say so.
I wouldn't.
My glasses.
This doesn't seem to be, at least not at initial glance,
Something else comes out.
the same ailment. Similar in some ways, but
I didn't
I
even
wouldn't
sense
lump
it.
it in with.
I didn't even sense the darkness in him at all.
So we'll see.
Are you feeling okay?
Things down here.
Nothing's triggering your mind.
I'm fine.
Alright.
Right, boy. Come on.
Professor.
Yes.
The
Emergency
situation is settled
declares
here.
of
None of the instructors are back at the
water and air affinity. Like if something was contaminating them. Some dark.
I would not say it is handled, Professor.
Dark pollution in water and the earth affinity.
Let me know when you got it.
I do. Water and earth. No. But polluted.
That's why we rely on those fucking stones. Right, you said water and earth.
Here you go.
Air.
Heavily polluted. Water and what?
Air.
Water and air.
You can look at it for yourself, Professor. It is misty and dark. Not as it should be.
Boy. Right. I'm not sure if he's well attuned to the air. But if anything, we can, for a time period, lock away the water. Anyone here have an affinity to air that we can better tie him to?
Are we sure that is a good idea? For all we know, that is all that is blocking out the ice from doing what it is doing.
Combinations of affinities, such as these, they are tricky, I understand, but they have to have counterparts. Otherwise, one can't work without the other. If we take away his water, the air has nothing to cool, which means he cannot create ice.
My only concern is that's his only defense. But you would know better, Professor. I defer to your judgment.
If you have anything better that you want to try, I'm all ears.
No, that is the best choice that we have. So...
Right. However...
Yes.
I'm gonna need you to put your hands on him.
If it is what we think it is, then it is entirely possible that it is just going to show itself in his other affinity.
Hopefully we can stave it off for a time. If anything, what I can do is at least see if I can use that to hone in on the dark side and lock it away for a time period till we can find a resolution.
So isolate it within his water affinity, and then seal it off, so to speak. Very well. As you wish.
However, I'm going to need you to maintain as much contact with him as possible, regardless of what you feel.
Cadet.
Whether it compels you to do something, I need you to
Is there
persevere.
anything that you would be able to bring that would assist in vitality?
Would you like me to channel my affinity?
Potions, sir, yes.
You can stand where I
Then
am.
it'd be so kind as to bring
I'll
one
move
just
out of
in
the way.
case the cadet needs one, with haste, please.
Oh, goodness.
Yes, sir.
Professor Carver,
He's going to take both your
Right here.
hands and place the stone
come to where I
and clasp
am.
them together.
Me on the side
The
if anything
last-
happens.
The last word in this phrase will be in tune. Once I've said it a third time, it should seal it. If it does not work, I'm getting blasted away, so anyone that's standing behind me might want to move.
Probably a good idea.
If you get blasted away, I will be here to catch you. Only a few feet behind.
I keep sneezing.
Ready.
Averente, Amen, Abekti, Entun, Averente, Eminente, Averentun,
Thank you, guys.
Amarente, Averite, Amrentun. Come on. Boy, I know you can fight this. got it in you, boy. I know you do. Come on.
You're getting expelled back in the air.
Catches you. I gotcha. Here, take my arm.
Fine. Fine.
Don't ever say fine.
Focus on him, please.
It does not look like it worked, Professor.
Oh, which means it's seeded in further than I anticipated.
Grab him by his arm and his waist.
You have any better ideas?
If it's this black ice within him that is creating this, we cannot remove it. There is no way for us to do so, not that we know. So the
Not
only
without
thing we
hurting
can
him.
do is keep him weak, expel his mana until his form cannot perpetuate itself.
I hate training people.
Is this a process that you would like, perhaps myself and Bliss to help oversee?
It would help
Only
if
be
Rook
God.
was here.
I
I haven't
would.
seen him today.
Really would.
Whatever is going to be done, we must do it soon before he is back on his feet, because then we will have to be more involved.
You're going to want to stay out of the circle for this one.
You're training him.
And I just got
If
back.
it comes to a fight, allow my natural resistance to go in. We might need Carver in for something else just in case.
Are these mana? Illusions.
On their own, yes. Will they interfere?
I'll give them about 15 seconds before they're completely trained. Enough time to be able to hold them at least.
Very well. And they shall move back right before.
There we go, lad. Directs these. 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 Directs these.
Stand back. The moment is clear. I'm going in.
Directs these. 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 Directs these.
Just not able to see them. Something's wrong.
Carver, come here.
Well, if you have to draw out, stop if you have to.
When it drops, you grab Willow and I'll grab Yang.
You're gonna feel your hand freezing again.
There is a chance, Professor.
His hand's frozen to him.
Shit. I won't let you go, boy.
Professor.
You have to withdraw. It's not working.
Using my fucking runes.
Professor, get off!
We need you. You're just hurting yourself.
You can't step in. Do not enter the rune. You'll be bound.
Willow, listen to us!
We would do the same for our own students. In this place. Let him do what he can.
It's not working.
Grab Willow, pull him out. Pull him out.
Grab the end. Here, I threw it down.
So that's useless.
Alright, so look at me.
They'll regrow back in a little bit.
Very well.
Whatever is
Professor,
causing
there is
it.
a chance. Carver,
I know of a way, but it's too dangerous for him probably now.
you probably should suggest it because mine is far more invasive, I assure you.
Poisoning him. Letting poison run through his body. Though it won't want him as a host if he's close to death.
I don't know about that.
It cares. I don't think it cares for that.
I can steal his mind. That is possible. I can try to rip it off of his consciousness. Attempt. But that is highly invasive.
And you also have your own you're dealing with that could just feed it.
I'm aware it's possible, but if we could at least get him to regain control temporarily. Right now he is locked into something that we cannot fix. At the very worst, it is absorbed.
Okay. If you feel like you're losing control, let us know.
Nothing. The Yang. Say your name. Yang. You are in threat. Not
If it really is maintaining a hold on his mind, if the aspect that this entity is holding on to was assailed and not his, it's possible that it might retract or retreat. Maybe. Or...
Enter someone else.
Delegate, the less time the lad
I
has.
think we need to get all unnecessary. I think Arbor needs to be out of the cave.
It's good to have her by for medical reasons.
Professor, that would require very similar to what happened to you outside of the fort. You understand what I'm saying?
I do. Madame?
Marvelous.
You notice he passed out.
Did he ever come in?
The rest of you, you are dispelled. I do not need you anymore.
I got you still.
Oh, save me the bow.
I can't tell if he's waking up or not.
He's passed out, dear.
That is like the only way to get rid of the darkness in my head, though. It's like
Come on.
your body becoming so weak that it doesn't want to thrive there.
Carry him. The ice does not.
That's what I was going to suggest to Albrecht. We have him almost die.
Time, let's go. I got him. Won't be the first time.
Be so kind. I'm sure this goes without saying. He must go to medical at once. In fact, before he goes, he should probably drink a mana potion.
I would be careful about giving it mana.
I would too.
Yeah.
A little bit, so he does not overexert. If this thing is anything similar to what we've been dealing with, it does not matter if his reserves are empty, it would draw upon his life. I want to avoid that.
You notice the ice melting.
Arbor.
Yes, sir.
His ice is melting.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Thank you for being on standby.
Would you be able to hold this in one hand just in case it is needed, madam?
I'll hold
I
it.
know you're strong.
Right there.
I will
I've
place
moved
this
before.
in Lawrence Tower.
Stuffs it in her shirt.
Down where he's shown me I can keep it safe.
I would give it to the headmaster himself.
Okay, I'm gonna go directly over to the medical bay.
We'll go find locate her.
Let's go.
Good. I will come with you.
All right. We're gonna. You first. I'll follow. Okay. Yep.
Actually, madame, I would almost suggest that you get medical together, because if I do it, it'll cause a scene. It wouldn't be hard to carry him with 3 extra hands, if that is all right with you.
I mean, if you just want to run ahead and turn the bell invisible, then they'll just see me walking in.
You understand what we just dealt with. 2 cadets witnessed it.
Mm-hmm.
Very well.
Wait, I don't follow. Are you saying what?
I'm saying that I would carry the cadets with help.
I
And
can-
I'd gather medical and brief them in private, so they understand not to make a scene or to ask too many questions. I am already not trusted if I try to do that.
I believe the charming powers of Miss Bliss would probably be in best order to keep students calm, and then I'll do the heavy lifting to bring them there and update medical.
Very well.
Think you can do that?
Yeah, so locate Arbor and... What was the other cadet that was here?
Cadet Ida. I don't know where they went, but they were standing over there.
Okay, I'll find them. Well... I gotta find Ida, which... Can't she go invisible? Yeah. I need to talk to Stealth big time. I gotta find where they are, which I don't know where they would go. I really want to rework all my charms, though. I wonder if they went to the medical place. I might as well check there first, I guess. Where would they have gone? Actually, here, let me check the dorms first. How am I supposed to find these people? I tell ya. It's impossible. The Arbor's gonna go there. I don't know where to find them. I don't know where to find them. Maybe Ida will show up. Teacher power activate. Well, Ida doesn't. The person who plays Ida doesn't stream, I don't think. I kind of want them just to come to me. She's still here, right? Yeah. Where are they? Let me just check to make sure they don't know. Oh, hey, Ozzy.
You did what you had to.
Oh, there she is.
Hey.
Fine, I need you to get to his eyes to make certain. He doesn't normally have a pulse, so.
Hey, Ida. Can I talk to you for a moment? Follow me. I just wanted to tell you I'm sorry you had to see that. Liang's been fighting against his powers for a while now. And we're just trying to figure out what to do. We're trying to figure out how to help him the best we can without him getting hurt. But everything's under control now.
We were just looking for Hoshi.
For who?
We were in the library. Hoshi.
Oh.
We'd come out of the library and we saw Hoshi sprint all the way up into the cave. So we went in to see if he
Oh,
was
yeah. Hoshi was sent to find me, actually. That's probably why. It's okay that you saw it. I just wanted to let you know that it's under control and he's safe now.
Understood.
Yeah. We're trying to make sure everyone's safe. We don't want to upset anybody or freak anyone out. So I just wanted to let you know and inform you.
Understood. Thank you, man.
Yeah, thank you, Ida. That's all I wanted to say. Come to me if you need to talk about it at all.
Understood.
I don't want to tell him the darkness is in him. My character's really bad at lying to people. But at the same time, she doesn't want to,
For me, it's only one.
Yeah.
I can't exactly talk to her right now, so. Let me switch back.
Sure, though, that I'm gonna have to go back to my grove. So I need rest. We can speak another time, Professor. Try to get some rest when you can.
I'll do my best. Thank you so much for your help, Professor.
You'll be okay.
I just need to get back to my tree.
It's good to have you back.
Yeah.
Good to be back.
We need to find Augusta. She has some more insight into the ice giant.
I can look for her.
I do not know if she is awake.
Let me use my teacher powers.
I know you're tired, but you're alright. Nothing out of the ordinary.
No, everything is eerily quiet today, as I said before.
Yeah. Maybe it's because they were
Augusta is
focused on
not
someone else.
Awake.
I don't know about that.
I'm gonna try to examine all the students very thoroughly to see if any of them have hidden darkness inside of them.
I think there's a great number, actually, but now is not the place to talk about it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna have to look to my research to see if I can find anything that can combat this.
Professor Bliss, Professor Albrecht,
Yes,
come with me with
madam.
Tootsie Arbor.
I'm alright, I'm alright. I will die
If Arbor is playing close
carry me anywhere.
Princess carry me.
Marcus doesn't.
I've never been
That'll be
princess
very
carried.
unprofessional.
She does. Augusta doesn't.
You gonna leave me to die in a ditch if I pass out? Okay.
Need to update that in the paper.
No, but I'll fireman carry you instead.
couple of things. His eyes aren't dilating correctly, which could indicate possible brain damage.
Brain damage.
His pulse seems normal, so at least something is correct. But there's all of these white lines. They look like they start here above his heart. I don't know if you guys would know anything about this.
Well,
No. Though, if we were to change the hue of the white lines to something darker, it would resemble how he looked in that other form. I wonder if it has done any permanent damage. But even so, what are they? Conduits? I do not know. This is something that will require us to look into. But that is not prevalent. What is prevalent is him coming to. You said something about his eyes aren't dilating properly.
No.
have his reflexes been working correctly at all?
Haven't tested him yet.
Every test that you can think of, Cadet, go through them. We want to try and isolate what is wrong with him.
Okay. And a reflex test underneath.
Pickaxe.
Okay. Do they like?
It works.
Alright. You!
He's reacting
Bliss,
correctly.
come with me.
Oh. Okay.
His eyes should be dilating.
Where are we
Shine a
going?
light in it.
Right here.
I wonder if he's on autopilot.
How is your mana levels? Have you recovered?
I'll be okay.
There is something. I cannot say what. But
I'm not going to notice
something
anything if I drop my glasses and look fully, am I?
Mind or its body, I do not
I'm
know,
okay. I could still do a lot more.
The purpose of what we did
Should have another mana potion if
spell
that's the
mana.
case.
It seems that whatever form it was
The
that
problem
is
Stamina.
tied to this mana. And
The
if we
problem
could
is no
exhaust
matter.
them, we could at least remove it
There's
from him
multiple
temporarily.
layers. What I have to.
The ice has remained
Usually
in
there's
the
one
ground for so
that I
long
just
that he had not
pierce through.
returned to this regular form for
But
some
there's
time.
multiple.
It was a gamble.
That's how I have to keep doing each layer.
I'm hoping I did not make a mistake.
Bit by bit. Okay, I
In
understand.
his condition.
Just wanted to check.
Thank you.
If he was drained of mana, wouldn't he be completely exhausted?
I don't want to use all the potions.
He should be. The fact that he may not be is what worries me. Because that would mean there is a different reserve elsewhere that is not his. Well, there's a conversation for me to have with the professors.
If my eyes were what they once were, I might be able to see it. Not right now.
You can give it a try later on. For now, he needs to rest, and hopefully his body will come back to take manual control rather than just autopilot.
Is he safe here, or should I take the medical bed into the dungeon area?
I
the
would like
kinetic.
him to remain in medical.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially if his brain is.
We will have to make ourselves available in case there is an emergency, however. But I do not want to put him somewhere where he doesn't have medical staff.
Is there a ward he can
I love
place
you
that will
too,
prevent him from
Roboto.
leaving this immediate area?
I mean, I could ward the doors, not so much the little alcove here. But if you'd like, I can ward the 3 doors and he will not be able to leave until I drop them.
If you have the mana and you can do so safely, then that may be a good idea, just in case.
I do. And I shall. The other students will be able to go to and from. Where is the attunement crystal? It would help.
Who took it? Carver?
I can go back and look for it.
It can be done without it. It would just help conserve my mana. Attune it
Alright,
more
if
focused
you-
to the
well-
cadet.
If you'll wait for one moment, I will go see where it is, okay?
Then I will wait. I did tell him to bring it to the headmaster, so...
You're mine.
Oh, thanks,
Hoy.
guys. Thanks, Wind. Thanks for the sub, and thanks for the follows, guys. Man, I want to talk to Stealth for sure, though. 'Cause we got
concerned in the
I want to talk to him about like a possible cure and stuff. I need to know more about the darkness because I'm supposed to know about.
Well, of course. One of my classmates
Oh.
was.
Yes, but even so, when you have come across things like that before, you've always remained rather in control of your emotions. I was curious as to what got you so awestruck.
Just being cautious.
Smart. Unfortunately, this is not something any of us are very well versed in. Well, not until we figure out what it is.
Yeah.
There are assumptions, but we cannot be sure. Not until a few other tests are completed and we see what the outcome of this is. I was hoping to melt the ice in its entirety, which is what took place, but not like this.
I'm glad he's safe now. I don't mind sleeping in here if I have to.
My head is beginning to ache.
Yeah, you need to take a break.
In time. I still have a few more things I must do. I've been taking a week-long break. It's not helping, you know that.
I know.
I will do no good for these cadets in my office. At all. I must do my job.
Yeah. But I'm here
That
to
is
carry the
why
weight for you.
I have
so-
Garva with me. Or you, in case things go wrong, so you may get it back on track.
Okay.
First things first, we see to the well-being of Cadet Liang.
I know how you feel. I wouldn't want to stop either.
I'm gonna go ahead and lay him down.
Right.
Come on.
What is his temperature? The ice did melt, but is he getting too hot? That would be detrimental.
He is pretty cold. I know he usually sleeps in the morgue. We could try moving him there.
That would be easier to keep him sealed as well.
Yeah.
Professor Bliss,
Unless
do you
you
think
have-
give me a hand rolling this
Yeah,
into
yeah, yeah.
the morgue? There.
Okay, ready?
From the other side up.
Alright, let's go.
If you have anything against it, Arbor, do you say so? You are medical staff?
No, it's what he's most comfortable with.
Very well.
I've worked
That
with
shall
him in
be
Augusta
so.
before.
Then you have the most knowledge here.
Mm.
I defer to your judgment, Cadet.
You wanna just lay him on the first table, or should we?
Move him towards the center of the room where it'll be coldest.
Yeah.
I must have missed something.
That's actually what keeps the room cold.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Brown mold, sir.
Very smart.
Mm-hmm.
Very smart indeed.
Good job, Arbor. Thank you.
No problem. It's what I'm here for.
Use your job well. He looks like he's out.
Good.
He still has the
We'll
remaining
step
of my...
outside and I will ward the door.
Okay. I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
Yes.
My stomach.
I'm over here.
My stomach be growling.
Thank you. This will
Yes,
ensure
pretty
that
much,
it is
AC.
completely warded to just
It's like a stone that gives off cooling.
been moved to the morgue.
It's kind of depressing thinking we're just taking them to where people die. Good night, Wind.
No.
I can't eat
I would
yet.
like the others to leave. Will you be coming out? Madam
Yeah.
Minerva has returned.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, everyone.
I just did not want to be in the middle of warding it, and you have to come out, and then I have to start over, that's all.
Yeah.
I understand, sir.
This is still attuned to him, so this will make our life easier, or at least mine. Thanks to the attunement crystal being attuned to Cadet Liang, you'll be the only one not able to leave through that entryway. Everyone else will be able to freely move. Although I believe the headmaster should still have the crystal to look it over.
Is there anything else we need to do for him?
No, not tonight.
Thanks for all your help, Arbor.
Of course, ma'am.
And please don't relay this information to anyone outside of the medical staff. And
Yeah.
if you have to update the medical staff to treat him, please make sure you do so at a meeting in private if you can.
Yes, ma'am.
Cadet, do you think that people, especially cadets,
You okay?
or anyone who is not yet trained,
Yeah, just
be
fluttering.
exposed to something that they are not yet trained for?
I would say no, sir. However, given certain circumstances, it seems to happen quite often.
It does, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Very well. I have to go see to somebody else's training now before I am completely exhausted. Should be nothing like Cadet Liang, however.
Very good.
So you are filled in, Professor Carver. The cadet has been moved to the morgue. Keep him cold, since he is an ice giant after all.
Of course.
I have warded the door while using his attunement crystal, so he's the only one who will not be able to leave it. Or enter it if he somehow found his way outside. I can drop that at will if necessary. I must head to my office, regain some mana from one of my crystals, and then I will be returning to get some training done before I call it a night.
I see. Who is it you were doing
this training with, if I may ask?
You may.
Thank you. Ah, boy.
Thank you.
Going to let Cadet Irinaria get some work in with her bow.
That's good, that's good.
She has not really trained for a while.
The rest of the cadets are currently in their, they're currently in the Grand Hall having supper. So, supper, dinner.
Right. We should probably go there as well.
Yes, I need to see to, oh boy.
There's another something that I will
make my way
discuss with you at another time, but again, it can wait for another time.
Oh, okay.
Good work, instructors. See you soon.
Ugh, another bitch on a temper tantrum. Jesus fucking Christ.
Are you okay?
My hand don't want to work.
I'm hungry. I'm like really hungry. What time is it? 4. Seems like everything's pretty much died down now. I might just raid someone and call it, to be honest. I'm still feeling a little sick. I'm still feeling a little sick, so... Yeah, ugh! I don't even remember if I ate today. Sometimes I'm just all over the place.
I swear, every time I turn around, Melanie's having another temper tantrum, and it's all about her.
Yeah, she's definitely been going through it quite a bit. Sorry, I'm feeling a little pained.
I want to know how I can help.
I think it's just from my overexertion. But I should be okay after I
Want me to bring you
rest.
any food or drink, or are you just gonna rest in here?
Yeah, I think I'll just rest for now. Sorry.
Okay. No problem. I just
I'm having
you were
real life
kinda
pain.
wobbling a little bit, so I wanted to make sure you were okay.
Yeah. Thank you for checking on me.
Let's keep an eye on each other. How's that?
Yeah. I'm sorry about all the misunderstandings.
Well, when part of you is literally dying, and then every time you go into something, your like body feels like it's needles on fire. It's a chaotic mind indeed. So I wasn't in the best headspace, and I should have known better than to, no offense, seek advice from someone as inexperienced as you are, and
Yeah.
also misinterpret what you meant.
I was just...
Part of me was dying, and it was painful, and I was scared.
Yeah, I know.
And confused.
I'm sorry. I was just doing what I would do in the situation, which I have been doing. But...
Have you told Carver you want to fuck him?
He knows.
Well, tell him, or I'll tell him for you.
Oh, I told him.
Good.
I told him I want to jog his memory. And this is why I told you to tell him, because that's the way I am. I can't help but be forward and honest. It's in my nature.
See, being forward and honest is one thing, but being forward without knowing what the truth is in your emotions is where my path differs.
Yeah, I just remember you telling me you were in love with him, so I guess I misunderstood.
Thinking that I might be in love with him, or the idea of what he could be in his potential.
Yeah.
Well, I have to make sure nobody else fucking dies.
Yep. We have a lot to
Includes
think
you.
about at the school now.
I'm watching.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course. We'll figure out something to deal with what you're going through as well. We'll get you back.
Well, if Liang is any indication of what happens, I think over the next couple of nights I'm going to have to commit fully to my meditation, see if I can sync somewhat back up to my soul, my home plane, and then accept the fact that I will never feel like I am enough. Smart enough, pretty enough, strong enough, good enough. And
You
try
also
and
have
fill that
to
void
keep
with
listening
the
to others, even if you don't
idea-
believe it.
Need and desire of others is a weird emotion to interlace in between them. It makes sense, but it's not that simple, but I'm trying.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be great to have a conversation where I can think straight and not run around in circles
Yeah.
and feel like I'm a blabbermouth idiot.
Completely understood. We'll have each other's back, and I'll try to think of what think of ways. Sorry, that we can help each other and help Albrecht.
And I'll remind Carver that he's a dumbass.
Thanks.
All right, I'll see you later.
Have a good night.
You too.
Yeah, I'm not feeling very good. I haven't been feeling very good lately. I was getting some random ass stomach pains. Probably because I'm hungry as fuck. But yeah, yeah, I did. My character gets people to blush pretty easily. Yeah, I think I will. I think I'll raid Albrecht because he made me sad. One second, let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna talk to him, don't worry. I'll talk to Stealth about stuff. Because that is something I really need to know. Because it also, the darkness is very involved in my main story too. So, you know. Love you too. Sorry I'm ending early. I'm just... Yeah. Yeah, I'll raid him. I'll raid Albrecht. So... One moment, y'all. Aw, thanks, Jay. I hope you guys had fun. You never know what's really gonna happen. Tomorrow, what's tomorrow? Friday. I'm probably gonna stream. I wanna, you know, I just thought, like, I've been thinking lately, I'm gonna start trying to start off with just chatting. And I think I'm gonna actually start pretty early tomorrow. Like, way earlier. I wanna start streaming, like, all the fucking time. Like, I wanna do that. So I'm thinking about streaming at like 3 p.m. onwards. Like 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. Like that's literally what I'm thinking about starting to do. So. Aw, thanks, Bog. I want to start streaming all the fucking time. Especially because I've taken the semester off, so now I can. Now I don't have to I don't have to like disperse my time into school anymore for the semester. So. I think I'm gonna start streaming at 3 p.m. tomorrow. I don't know how many of you will be there, but I'm gonna do it. And I might play just a ton of different games. That's kind of what I want to do. So now that I'm probably not to worry about it anymore. But yeah, go say hi to Albert or to Brunswick. He's the best. Have a great night, guys. I love you.